Hello, everybody. Sorry for the slight delay on starting the stream. So it is Friday morning. There's some stuff I wanted to talk about. Let me find where the stuff is. Hi, cat. This is our new routine. Come on, come sit down. Yes, paw at me and then sit down. Okay, good. Yeah. So yeah, there's some stuff I wanted to talk about. I've been in a little bit of a funk lately, and I kind of talked about this on Wednesday a bit. I think part of it has to do with AI. I think part of it too has to do with just like the feeling of being overwhelmed. And there are a lot of to-do lists that I have, and there are a lot of just stuck in a broken tutorial projects, if you call them that. There's the top-down shooter. This is all for the sake of Checkpoint 2. We have the next game, the loot box game, and then the dungeon racer game. And then there was another project that I wanted to start here, which was like colorizing player sprites and making a tool for that. And then there's all the like video content that I wanted to make. I think, well, okay, let me list what else there is alongside this. Alongside this, there was this like weekly schedule that I'd kind of planned. And it was generally like coding, Tuesday would be polish, and Thursday would be music. And I think having a general schedule is a good idea, but then I think it can become an obligation. I've noticed this with certain games or I don't know, products that have to have a hook in your psychology. They'll do some kind of like a daily quest system. And I generally hate this. Hey, Chef Alton. I generally hate this because from the player point of view, you're artificially getting some reward. Like you could be just given, I don't know, you could just be given this as soon as you log in someday. And if you miss 7 days in a row, they give you 7 rewards or something. Like there's no reason it has to be this way. This is mostly for the sake of a psychological hook. And maybe there's some argument you can make for, well, if you stay with the game, it's healthier for the player base as a whole. But this could also be for products where there isn't a such thing as a player base. Anyway, I feel like this has kind of become that way. Like it sort of feels a bit like an obligation. And part of it is I switched into that stabilization phase for a couple weeks and then did not do music or polish for that time. So I got out of the habit a little bit. But yeah, I'm not totally sure. There's this, I don't know, there's this stuff that are over here that I'll talk about. Hey Leo, hey Chili, hey Pressel, and Plub. Happy 90 streams. Came to inform you that I will go have lunch. I hope you have a good one. Yeah, so one of the things that's been difficult about this is AI. I have been giving it more tasks in my off time for the game. So like I'll show the game for now. Let's see what this looks like. And let me find my controller cord. So I added these. What are we talking about? I said I've been in a bit of a funk lately, and I've been talking about why I think that's the case. All right, so we had these supply crates. I added those a couple days ago. So if you watched on Wednesday or Thursday, you would have seen this. We have these floating potions. There's now a particle effect when you collect the potion. And I forgot what else I did yesterday. I don't remember. But anyway, there was oh yeah, the player flashes red now when they get hit. And then when you restart, it now has potions in this room. It'll delete your bullets and your potions when you zone out into a different room. I don't know. There's all this little stuff where I just think like, man, there's no real reason for me to do this myself now. So I guess I can kind of split tasks into something requiring my attention or that's naturally fun to do, and something that AI can do without me. Hey, Funky Monkey. Summarize, I think it's just a combination of feeling overwhelmed and kind of wondering what my role is when it comes to AI. But yeah, I think the summary is I've been in a bit of a funk, and I think I have too much to do, and I'm also wondering how like AI changes my enjoyment of things. Well, both of these things. Uh yeah, so what I'm a little concerned with is what happens when AI can do really like most of my game development better than I could. And I do think that will probably happen at some point. But if you split up a task granularly enough that AI can knock out part of it, like, hey, go write this function that does this, it's like it's gonna probably at least beat you on typing. Maybe that's not true, but I think it is. As just a simple example, I added this class yesterday. This is super simple. It's a single extension that calls get random element. But like if you were to type this out yourself, you have to make this file, you have to go update callers that might have been using get random element, you have to search through your code base for it, you have to type out the actual text. A lot of this your editor might do for you. But like this would take you whatever, minimally like 40, 50 seconds. Whereas if you just said go make a list extension with get random element, that'll probably take you like 10 seconds. And then yeah, you have to wait for the AI to do it. I feel like it's just a straight up savings. Saw someone say that if someone else can do your work 80% quality of what you would do, it's 100% great. Yeah. I mean, I think if that's where you left it, I don't think I'd necessarily agree, but you can always take it from the 80% to 100%. Anyway, so the other thing that has nothing to do with AI, this whole like I have a bunch of different projects that I wanted to work on. I have not made time for video content. Like if you look at my YouTube channel, I think the last real video I made, yeah, was here. Biggest game dev lessons. And it took a bunch of time to make, and I'm happy I made it. I don't really do this for the views. So like I don't care that it got 2,000 views. That's fine. It's not a lot. It doesn't matter. This is the Skeleteller OST. These aren't really real videos, although they did take time to make. But yeah, I want to make more content about the stuff that I've learned along the way. And yeah, I just gotta set aside time to do it. So I think everything will probably be fine. It's just this is the stuff that's been on my mind. Right here. Just work on what I want to work on. Setting aside time for music and polishing is great, but if I can't stick to it every week, that's okay. Maybe my milestones shouldn't be so far apart. Yeah, there's another thing too. I think getting people to play the game would be nice, although I need more game for that to be possible, and that's what we're doing. So yeah, I think what we'll work on today is Adam plans to spend the morning improving the fun of the top-down shooter. Yeah. Doesn't mean you'll be able to push out your vision quicker, which is good. Yeah, so I'm not so sure it is good. Like, let's take a very extreme example. I mentioned this the other day, but like, suppose you could push a button and your current project was finished to a quality level you were okay with or happy with even. Like, how many times would you push this button? And then what does your life become? And I think it'd be really tempting for people to push it, you know, like up to maybe 15 times. Then I think they might be like, all right, yeah, but I can just do anything by pushing a button. Like, don't I now want to do something myself? Wouldn't you kind of realize the pointlessness of even pursuing a project? But that's where again, it's about the journey. And that's what I think this needs to be about. And then it makes me wonder, well, if it is truly about the journey, why not artificially slow down the journey? Why not say like I can only write code by typing on a Morse keyboard or something like that? Like, if you truly do enjoy just the journey, then this would be acceptable to you, right? And like, why stop there? Why not make it so you have to solve a puzzle every time you want to write one letter of code? And it's like, okay, well, obviously that's changing the journey. Is Athletics? Hey, Pickle. And hey, Sarah. So I'm learning plumbing, electrician stuff, woodworking. Can always become a handyman. Yeah, but I guess what I mean is like, would your life be fulfilling? Like, aren't there certain things you probably wanted to pursue? It's not just about finding monetary value. So if, for example, in this scenario, things could just be done, how often would you just do them versus how much would you be like, you know what, well, I liked doing that process. And I think driving is probably a good example. Some people like driving. And eventually, I think cars may be mostly automated. at that point, like, would you be able to drive on the road anymore? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Like, that doesn't necessarily matter. But if there wasn't as much of a reason, if fewer people are learning, like, it might change your enjoyment of this thing. Hey, DevZone. See where you come from. One last question before lunch. It's still your idea, your vision, your touch. No one else has your mind and will make your game. So if AI can enhance your process and progress, wouldn't it be a no-brainer? Yeah, this is just the kind of thing I'm tossing over in my mind right now that I'm kind of struggling with a bit. Like what is my role, and where is my enjoyment of that? And these aren't unanswerable questions. It's just what's been going through my head lately. And I think I've been thinking about it more negatively than not, probably. Consider myself a creator and a fixer. As long as I can be creative about how I create or fix, I'm happy. Yeah, I think that's a good way of looking at things. Yeah. Yeah, I think part of what this kind of reminds me of too is like, you think of pre-AI, it's like, what did it take to make a video game in each era? And originally it was specific hardware and like assembly code. And eventually it was, well, make your own engine and write in whatever language. And then eventually it was like, well, you could write mods or plugins or like, yeah, some kind of add-on. Like, this wasn't possible back in the 80s, but now, yeah, you could make a Roblox game or a Minecraft plugin or something, and it could be popular. And it's like, okay, that as a prototyping tool is kind of interesting, but it does start you at such a step up. And this is kind of how I look at this that I'm talking about now. Like, AI is kind of a step up. So then the next thought that I had was, okay, well, I'm paying $20 per month, which means that I get like X usage out of AI. If I pay $100 a month, I can have Y, where Y is greater than X, or at least greater than or equal to, because that's how it works. Like, so should I do that? If it is improving things, should I be going like more all in on this? Should I just like give it my to-do list and say, hey, just go do all this stuff? And whenever it turns out that it did a good job, I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah, just cross it off the list. I'll just click accept and I'm done. So yeah, anyway, that's the stuff I'm thinking about. I'm trying to find a Scrabble game to play with friends and family for my native language and couldn't find a good one. Ask Claude, built a very good one in 2 to 3 hours. Now I have a multiplayer Scrabble game in my language. Now we're only playing that. Yeah, I really helped here. Yeah, there are plenty of examples like this where I feel like sometimes I just want the product. So as an example, this tool that I made, well, the AI made for setting the title and description of my Twitch and YouTube streams, I don't want to make this. And I don't want to keep doing it manually. I just wanted this to exist, and now it does. And this has helped me a lot every single day. So yeah, this is like your Scrabble game, right? You probably didn't want to make the Scrabble game. But someone out there is like, oh man, I really like word games and I like development. I want to learn what it takes to make a Scrabble game. Like, they might have a different experience there. So yeah, in this case, I think about Stuck in a Broken Tutorial, like, I don't just want the product. I want to make it and I want it to be successful. And I'm always kind of intentionally vague about success at first, but it's some amount of monetary, it's some amount of pride, it's some amount of just like realizing my vision. Hey, stop using AI. And hey, stats. And ABC, not trying to change your thoughts, just trying to understand better. Oh, yeah. No, yeah. And even if you were trying to change my mind, that's fine. Like I said, this is just something I've been grappling with. And I haven't fully articulated what I want to say. And I suspect other developers are going through this too. There's some amount of identity crisis going on. And it's almost why just not having change can sometimes be a good thing. Like, you don't have more decisions to make. Like, even this is just a decision. Like, should I spend more money on this? Should I use more? Should I try something else? Like, where does that time come from? And maybe all this just boils down to 2 things in the end. Maybe it boils down to time and sleep. Maybe I just need to spend more time doing this stuff and spend more time sleeping, and I feel more rested or something. Working with AI is super exhausting. Someone as a developer, why would you expect that person to become AI manager? Yeah, and some developers welcome that because, again, it was just that they wanted the product, or that this development was just a means to an end. I think for people who enjoy the development aspect, it is. I still look at a lot of this as there's a ton of coding that's mechanical. So as an example here, I have like, I'm just making something up. And I did this the other day too. You have this code for some reason. This is just an example of what you could have. You can replace it with this. Now, how do you do that? Well, you click and drag and hit delete if you want to, and then go change a number. Whoops, I meant to type a 0 there. And then change a number, right? So in this contrived example, this is really, really simple to turn into the correct thing, and it takes a few keystrokes. But in the example, this kind of represents where like, all right, you have a function in this file, a function in that file. I want to merge them into one and put them in a common place. That coding is coding that like you will not be the best at doing anymore. Or like you'll waste keystrokes rather than wasting electricity and compute power. And this all comes down to like, what do you value here? So if you value your time, then yeah, you probably wouldn't do this anymore. So I think at least for the mechanical stuff, that like there are a lot of things on my to-do list even that fall into this category. And I slotted a lot of them down here, and I actually took care of some of them. But like make Y sorting work. I just really just enabling Y sorting on a few nodes. Yeah. Hey, two dorks. And hey, Goose. It's easier. You can call me my alternative name. Stop classifying wetland fowl. Was this a like popular AI project? Because I know that at first it was classifying just cats and dogs. Some might feel a dread of I'm going to be replaced or be a product manager or code reviewer. Yeah, yeah. I think it's underpinning a lot of this too, but it's not really significant for me. Because it's not like I work for someone else. So no one can replace me other than the consumer, I guess. And if I was truly doing this just for enjoyment, even that couldn't happen. Using AI to bot their viewership, lowering the visibility of these channels. Are you sure about that? I wouldn't generally believe that. Yeah, I don't know. The people I see in the top right now are people who probably like legitimately got their viewership. But I don't know for sure. You're positive? Okay. Oh, maybe you don't mean right this second. Maybe you mean in general. But in my mind, that's like a secondary topic, which is using tools for like evil. Evil is a harsh word here, but like this was always a thing you could do, right? A credit card came into existence, and now it was like, well, I could steal someone else's credit card, and then I get all the purchases for free. And it's like, yeah, I don't think this at least factors into how I think about this stuff. I think the thing that I think about more is like, if AI truly boosts productivity and everyone else uses it in like acceptable ways, it changes the bar for you and your development. So this is not an evil use of it, at least. Yeah. Wait, stop using AI. How do you like, what evidence do you have, I guess? Because I know we're not in like Twitch court right now, but these are pretty strong allegations, and probably someone would make them about my channel at some point too. And like, I know that I didn't watch them every day and I monitor viewership. Yeah, but that's not. All right, I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter too much. But like, how would you conclude that I haven't botted my viewership? Because yeah, there could be spikes due to raids. There could be just a bunch of lurkers one day. Hey, Free Technique. Capping view counts for stuff they detect. You can cap your own view count now if you're really concerned about it. You can cap it? What does that mean? Like, I can stop more people from being able to see my channel? Viewership never dips below 80. I mean, it could just be people who have the stream open, right? Yeah. But also, you can look at a lot of this stuff. You might know about this tool, but Sully Gnome, if you were to take a look at viewership, for example, there are these charts. And actually, even here, you can see, like, on the chart, it never looks like it dips below. Well, it never dips to, like, 0 unless I'm just not streaming. But part of this has to do with sampling. You can set a max number as a partner. I've never heard of this. Wow. Hang on. I want to go take a look at this. I'm very surprised that they even added that setting. Where is this? View count cap. Whoa. Oh, your display. Okay, this is the display. Your displayed view count will not exceed the cap you set. Cap stays active until you turn it off. Changes take a few minutes. What is the point of this? Yeah, what's the point of this? I don't understand. Which view count cap? Oh, hey, here we go. There's a picture of a tweet. A note on our work to combat view botting from the CEO. There's been a lot of discussion. Bad for our business. We don't benefit from it. We believe it harms the creator ecosystem. Effectively combating it is challenging as we deploy updates to real-time detection. View botting companies respond. There's a new enforcement type that we plan to roll out over the next few weeks. We'll apply a cap to the streamer's CCV for a fixed period of time on all of Twitch surfaces. Cap will be based on historical data regarding the creator's non-view botted traffic. Repeated violations will result in longer penalties. Interesting violations, because you could do this to someone else's channel and then, yeah. Anyway, streamers will be notified when an enforcement is applied along with the duration of the penalty and can appeal. Streamers will be notified. We will not make a follow-on announcement when we begin issuing these enforcements. Wait, but this still doesn't explain why you can manually cap your own stream. Why does this setting exist? Like, suppose I'm being view botted. If Twitch is going to apply the cap anyway, like, what do I benefit from doing this? Hey, Zorp. Point is you can discourage view bot attacks. Oh, okay, I see. But I guess, what is the point of even doing that? But the punishment is just that you'd go back down to whatever number you chose here anyway, right? Hey, Twitch dog. It wouldn't. It's just your displayed view count that this does. You can change how raids work if you want. You could stop it so that people can't just raid you, or they need a certain number of viewers or something. I think they might punish you with other things. Okay, I see. So if the punishment is something else, then yes, this makes sense. This is a very, very weird way of doing things, in my opinion. Like, hey, there's a system you could have been totally oblivious to as a Twitch streamer, which is that your views are not really your views. You might not even know that it's happening. So now you've got to proactively set a number when you think that it's happening. Like, I don't have my view count visible. Here's what I see on my screen, right? It's just chat. And I think this can potentially tell me how many people are in chat. Yeah, but I don't like count this, or I don't scroll through this. But I guess this is for the people who are view botting their own channels. There's probably very little incentive to view bot others' channels, unless you're trying to get them punished now. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Well, anyway, this thing about the top channels being view botted, I mean, I guess if that, I didn't see how new that tweet was, but I think it was like a month ago. If that changed their numbers, then that would probably be evidence that they were. Otherwise, it's probably just real people, right? Yeah, confirm cases of viewers. So this is about, okay, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I went to the bathroom, probably missed a lot of this. Oh, it's not super important, whatever I said. Doesn't even matter then. Okay, so let's see. The other things I've written down here. Maybe my milestones shouldn't be 8 weeks apart. Maybe I should just be enjoying the journey and not overthinking every little thing. It's supposed to be a period of time without major deadlines, and I should probably enjoy it. Else I may as well just have the deadlines. And things aren't dire, and I'm probably just holding myself to too high a standard. This is the other, this is one of my historical struggles that I've had, is I expect quite a lot out of myself. And I don't know if that's what I'm falling prey to now. Like, a lot of times I get through a week and I'm like, wow, that week was super unproductive. And then I stop and think about everything that I did, and I'm like, wait a second, it wasn't unproductive. I don't know why I look at it as unproductive. And even like yesterday on the stream, I said the same thing when I ended. I only streamed for 2 hours and I was doing music, and I literally did not produce a lot of music by the end of it. So it felt unproductive. But a lot of times I look back at coding and I'm like, man, how did I spend 6 hours and I did like 2 commits or something? So, all right, I'm going to get out of panic mode here. Let's just go put this in my stream of consciousness and try to move on. Drank a lot of coffee. I did some music stuff yesterday. By the way, please try to not segment your messages. I did some music stuff yesterday. It didn't go super well. I think part of it is I have not made music for this like genre of game before, and I just need to have some idea of what I want to do with it. Imagine you're a 60 viewer streamer, suddenly about at 5K. Such a situation, one might want to cap it so you don't get a lot of bad attention. Yeah. Yeah, you need to know that this setting exists though, and that that's what you would do to fix it. Like Twitch also added shield mode, which is supposed to be your panic button for like, oh my God, just get these people out of here. Maybe that should also cap your viewership. Never make your own game music. I want to make my own game music. That's like one of the big things. All right, get the world set up. So room philosophy, we already have this written down. Generate rooms first, so we start a room. So we need to generate more rooms. We probably need more monster behaviors. I still want to figure out what we're doing with monsters here. In fact, maybe we... Oh, and I got to check in what I've done. And then what do we have here? Yeah, so based on how many times you died, have different text in the starter room. I still think we should do the monster thing next. All right, let's go check this in. There's a chat option. Oh, you mean slow mode? I don't have a problem with multiple messages typed quickly. It's just they should be responding to different things. That's generally how I feel about that. All right, so we added in a sound effect here. And the particle system. I feel like this code shouldn't be here. Pretty much every instantiate call shouldn't be here. Yeah, I'll write this in a cleanup thing somewhere. Most instantiate calls would probably benefit from being a static method in the class, in the instantiated class. That way they don't pollute callers and we can keep related logic together. Slow mode. You get one jump. Use it very wisely. Okay. Particle process material, material color. Particle color. Where's the particle color passed in? There it is. Get particle color. All right, so we've got some like HTML colors here. I don't know what these look like. So we're gonna paste them into here. There we go. And then do these roughly match what we have in this screenshot? The red's close enough. The blue would be a little bit darker, I guess. The green's close enough. That is not close enough though. So we're gonna take it as this pixel color, which is kind of close to red. So now here's what that looks like. Yeah, I think we should just recolor the whole potion. Yeah, but let's do that for now. And then I guess make this lowercase. Whoop. There we go. Easy win for VIPs. Yeah. Try to rewrite 20 plus years of segmented behavior. Yeah, sorry, just in this stream at least. And I'm not asking you to remove it in, you know, everyone's channel, obviously. All right, I think we can check this in now. All right, so add particle effect when collecting potions. It also plays a sound effect. Yeah, there we go. All right, so commit all of that. All right. Is there a chat option to prevent it? Hey, monkeys. There's just slow mode. But like I said, the problem I have is not, one person typing like message 1, message 2, message 3 all in a short amount of time. It's that if they're all collectively the same message, like, hi, how are you? What are you working on? Like these 3 can be consolidated, but saying like yes to person 1 and then like Charizard to person 2. These are 2 unrelated messages that I'm fine with people typing out like that. I'll take at least 2 days. Yeah, I mean, I'll keep warning you about it. Sorry, it's the only unusual rule in this channel. All right, so what are we doing with monster generation? This is something I've kind of struggled with figuring out because right now, I mean, we only have 2 rooms in the game, but we're going to eventually have more rooms, and there's probably going to, maybe it takes like 5 minutes to get through a run. So right now there's a monster there. I can just like shoot it. It's dead. It's gone. You can eventually clear out all the monsters this way. And this is not really challenging or anything. And then that's it. The room will just be empty. So I think the main questions are like, should we spawn more enemies while you're in a room? If so, should they be able to drop power-ups? If so, then you could farm a room for infinite power-ups. Some people may think this is how this tutorial is broken. That's just not a super fun way of doing things, though. I don't want people to have to sit around waiting for spawns just to collect some upgrades. I think that's my main problem there. I don't actually know, but that's usually the devil's advocate response. If someone told me that, if someone said like, hey, I have a problem for some reason that's not just, it's a habit I built up, yeah, I'd be receptive to that. But no one said that so far. Hey, Phil. Thought there may be something that would combine similar messages. No, it'd have to be some client-side tool. I have a problem. I mean, is it an accessibility problem? Or is it the 20 plus years of drug usage? I spawned 1 or 2 slightly stronger ones along with the current one. Yeah, this is what I'm leaning toward. Maybe we spawn up to X enemies in a room. And after that, they just stop. I also wonder about the lighting thing that we had. Like, should we try to do something to stop players from seeing too far? I mean, part of the problem is we only have a gray room right now, so there's nothing really to do or to see. But maybe once there's a little bit more intrigue, it might be nice to stop that. Yeah, so that's it. Like, the room is now done. I think if the rooms are going to even be moderately sized, there's got to be something to explore in them. Or like some other crates even that we put in. Okay, let's try something. Let's try putting in a lot more monsters. Like maybe a lot more. I think having different monster behaviors would be good too. Like they should have some chain aggro that happens. I should also just move this door over to the side. Where's the door? There it is. All right, let's just keep adding some more in here. This won't make the game harder because of how monsters attack you. All right, thanks. Stop using it. Yeah, bump up the Wi-Fi coverage. We need duplicate networks. I want all the monsters connecting to this. Whoops. If you have a survivor. Software engineer, thinking about getting the Moonlander. Anyone else use that keyboard? So I had a Moonlander, and my general problems with it were... Hang on, let me go back to this desktop. Moonlander ZSA. My general problems is that it's a pretty large keyboard. Like you probably don't have a use for all of these keys. The number of thumb keys is a little bit unwieldy. Like having 4 and having to think about which ones you're pressing makes it a lot harder than just having 2 or 3. So if you're considering this, I'd say to consider the Voyager instead. It still has a lot of keys, in my opinion at least, but it almost forces you to adapt to using a keyboard like this. One of the problems with Moonlander is is there a front on view that we have here? Yeah, here we go. Okay, so one of the problems is you have enough keys around the edge of the keyboard that you could kind of try using it like a regular keyboard, right? You put this as control, you put this as shift, you put this as caps lock or something, you put this as a Windows key, this is alt. This is not how you should use this keyboard in my opinion. You should adapt to having like fewer keys and in a more ergonomic setup. And the Voyager kind of forces you to do that, but the Moonlander doesn't. Alternatively, there are pre-made keyboards, so like pre-made Korn keyboard. If you just wanted like literally the one that I have, they have ones where they solder them for you. They're not cheap, but I mean the Moonlander isn't cheap either. So yeah, like I don't know about this specific keyboard, but yeah, you can see like there's a screen on it, there's a little dial thing, and then yeah, whatever number of keys you might want. They have all sorts of different keyboards. Like this, for example. Yeah, I suggest looking into it a little bit more and just seeing which one feels like it would fit you the best. Because these are at a level of expense where most people don't want to just like buy 6 of them and see which one works. They wanna have a pretty good idea to begin with. I'm a victim in this cruel world. Oh yeah, no, I know. Did you hear they're gonna make it so that there's a keyboard with just a space bar and you have to like pound on it with your hand? It's called the Segmenter 9000. I think it's a problem. All right, so I added a bunch of enemies. Let's go get all these power upgrades. There's another thing that people might find annoying. Well, actually, I could just get the... Ooh, okay, that's loud. Mute the audio. I guess once you get a couple power-ups, these aren't too bad. All right, now we walk into this room. So yeah, here's how you could approach this. Is just by blasting them all one by one. Now, granted, I just aggro the one on the side there. But yeah, this would not be very fun. So we're definitely limiting how far bullets go, but I think we probably also need to tone down the light level so that you just can't see where all the enemies are. Yeah. But it is cool having more enemies on the screen. Are there more? Yeah, there's one. Anything else? Yeah, so tone down the light level. Make bullets not travel so far. And then I think just different monster behaviors would be good. Add monsters with different behaviors. Hey, Raimo. You could design your own keyboard. Yeah, that would be crazy. He told me that was a feature, not a bug. Wait, do they stop moving toward you? They should still be moving. Let me see. Oh, yeah, they stop. Huh. I didn't even notice. Well, we could change that. I don't want to be a liar. Yeah, I think we need to tone down the light level. This is pretty funny. I'll be an instrument if I want to be. If other people can roleplay as a bard, I can roleplay as their instrument. So I have a stash where I had done this. I guess let's go find that. Whoops. Get stash list. Get stash pop. All right, gotta resolve this. This is gonna be annoying, isn't it? I guess let's just get the important part, which is a directional light and a canvas modulate. And I only use the directional light. And I set the blend mode to 1. That should be all that we need. Do we also add in? We added in a point light as well. And there was a gradient. Okay, let's just copy paste this whole thing. And just take the left side. Yeah. So take this and none of this stuff. Actually, we could just put the gradient in. Yeah, why not? I could actually do the merge here. You don't want that though. Oh, wait, no, continue. Screen fade, we need this in here. This should probably go below it. All right, this will almost certainly break because of the number of loading steps or something. Let's see. Gross, I hate fun. I just keep thinking of that SpongeBob song. F is for friends who do stuff together. Hey, Manic Pine, did you get some good survey responses from Discord? All right, I think this is better. Yeah, I think this is better. I want to make this an even smoother lighting transition, which probably just means using a texture, not a gradient. I see you're a Plankton main. Wait, how did we... Let me take a look at this again. Yeah, so we just need this to have some background here. All right, I want to fix the lighting level. We have a directional light here and the point light on the player. Let's go instantiate in basic room. So here it looks fine. Well, no, maybe not. I don't know. I think we just need to quick load in the neutral point. It's just a smoother gradient, but it's a different gradient. There's gotta be a better way of doing this, right? I'll just change this once we're in the game. Yeah, I think my Discord hasn't been very active, and I think that's partially on me. Like, I haven't been even talking in there. What is spamming this? Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Wait, what? Where are there monsters in here? Oh, because I spawned them in. Oh, whoops. That wasn't supposed to be there. Yeah, I was thinking about, like, what games have I enjoyed and would I want to seek them out based on a Steam blurb? I think it's a really hard question to answer. I was looking through Game Pass yesterday just to see like what games are out there. And there was some what was it called? I think it was Bistro. Yeah, it was Bistro. Which I like the name. You're a fox or something. Yeah, you're a fox and you run a bistro. And I saw this stuff and I'm just like, I don't think I want to play this. And it's probably a decent enough game. I went and looked at some of the reviews. But yeah, I think I'm just picky about what I play. Can you control the gradient programmatically? Could be smaller and have a reward increase the radius slightly. Yeah, we could. Yeah, we can also increase the range or use a texture or something. All I'm trying to figure out right now is how do I stop these like obvious radiating concentric circles from showing up? And yeah, I want to change it over here. So this is cubic. If we set it to constant, it looks terrible. Linear looks bad. So cubic's probably the best here. And the color space, does that actually change anything? Only slightly. I think the more important part is probably just changing the width and height of the gradient. But even then, we see these like obvious circles here. If I set this to 4,000, probably won't see them anymore, but we also won't see. Yeah. Did I play Elden Ring? I have not played Elden Ring, no. And I do think I'd probably like Elden Ring. Also, Neochroma, please don't segment your messages. And hey, Mohit on YouTube. It's banding. Yeah. Maybe something like a noisiest shader would fix it. Is there a way I could do it with just this, I wonder? Maybe I can't. Because, like, what's happening here is it's like if I only have so many pixels in which to change colors, it's changing them in just obvious steps. These look smooth. Oh, interesting. Oh, texture scale is set to 3. That might be more to do with it than anything else I'm doing here. So I guess then we increase this size. So I set this to 600 by 600. No, that didn't help. Oh, man. Yeah, all right. Godot gradient 2D banding. Color banding using as a texture. Color banding depth buffer. Huh. Add 2D deep banding. Only fixes this when HDR 2D is enabled. This wasn't so long ago. Yeah. I'm not certain what we should do about this, but one easy fix is just don't use a gradient. Like I said, we just quick load in this and then just make it look like how it should. So let's hit play again here. I got to change the texture size though, right? Yeah, 3. This would work, but now it's just a different gradient. And it's not the gradient I want. So I need to go generate a new picture. Might lean into it. It's a little jarring. I guess the banding still happens here, huh? You know what else we could maybe do is slightly change the gradient. So it looks like there's like a flickering light source. Yeah, all right, let's change this back to 200, 200. Texture scale 3. What is height? One mode add. I mean, does mix do anything here? Yeah, maybe we don't worry about this too much right now. And yeah, I do think it'd be better if there were some flickering going on. Now, how best to accomplish the flickering? We have to actually let go of this for it to move. So if we just move the second point a little bit, like to and from, it looked like it's flickering. All right, let's go do that. At least test it out. Yeah, let's go test it out. So point light 2D. Point light 2D. I mean, I should probably just make the new class out of this, but I'm not going to do that yet. Get node point light 2D. Yep. Okay. Now inside of physics process, we're going to do update point light. So there's a gradient, which is the texture. gradient texture 2D point light dot texture dot skip points, I think. I should just do this. Gradient equals that. Or texture. I could have sworn there was some get points thing. I did this for what, Holy Light? Set num rays. Here it is. Color initial ramp. It's a gradient. Get point count. Get color. Set offset. Get point count. It's not a thing here. We gotta get the gradient itself. There it is. All right, so now we should get point count. Yeah. So that's what I want. Dot gradient. Okay. And I don't actually care about this. I just want to change the offset of what, a particular point. Yeah, so 1 to be something different from what it is. Maybe go get the initial offset and then just flicker it. Initial gradient offset. I should put this in its own class. All right, gradient dot get offset 1. Yeah, I'll do this in a sec. So now set offset 1 to be the offset that we had plus random dot float range, shared dot float range. Negative 0.1, positive 0.1. Yeah, that might work. All right, this is going to flicker pretty wildly, though, because I'm doing this every single frame. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. Okay, so we just need to make it less wild, and I think it should be fine. Yeah. All right, let's go push this out in its own class. So save branch as seen. We'll call this player light source. And probably just put this in the player scene. Yeah. So delete this. There we go. Now go attach a script. Oh, it changes the order of this. I put the green ones next to each other, but I think it just applies its own ordering when you restart. That's too bad. All right, now we got to do all this stuff in here. So where'd I get this? Initial gradient, point light. We should probably just save off the gradient too. And where else? This. All right, that should be all the changes that we had there. And then, yeah, one last thing quickly. So ready. And then this would be in physics process. And we should probably base it on delta. All right. So this thing is a point light now. So we're just going to get the texture of this, get the gradient, save that off. Gradient. And the point that we're flickering is the second point. I mean, private constant flicker point index equals 1. Yeah, I'll change these. And then the only other thing I need to do is not make it change by so much. So we figure out whatever the current amount is. Current offset. Or not current offset. What am I calling this? Current offset delta. So at any given time, we're going to just set it to the initial plus the current. And then we're going to move the current. Well, Let's just delete this. Now, current offset delta equals mathf.clamp. The current offset delta plus this, good. We want to make it a very tiny amount. Delta, delta. Who cares about naming things well? All right, yeah, very tiny amount, maybe like this, times delta. Now that's going to complain because this needs to be a float. Then we simply add that in here. And we cap it at some like reasonable bounds. All right, let's go try that. So we should see a hopefully subtler flicker effect. That shouldn't have been there. There, yeah. All right, is it too subtle? Is anything even happening? No, nothing's happening because I never modified this. Well, I guess something is happening. And this should be changed. Yeah, this should be changed. I see what's going on. This is supposed to be this minus and then this plus. And it still might be too subtle, but at least now we're not clamping to a value that it's always getting set to. Well, that's interesting. There's this, was that a corona? Huh. Wonder why that's happening. All right, so our initial delta is 0, and we set it to the initial plus that, yeah. And then we want to change it by a little bit every time. But we don't want to go too far away from where we currently were. Maybe the too far away part is what is contested here. Because it's this point that I'm changing, but it's too hard to see. So let's dig into the individual points. Offset of that point is 0.36. So we're trying to go from 0.26 to 0.46. Neither impinges on the other offsets. So that part should be okay. But something else is going wrong. All right, let's just put a breakpoint here and find out. The initial offset should be that 0.36 number. Let's see. Yep, that's good. Okay, so now we figure out a delta. This is just a minus or plus, a very tiny number, possibly too tiny a number. Then we change that delta. So in this case, we went positive very slightly. And yeah, sure enough, that's good. And we pick the initial point and add that. Yeah, that's fine. Huh. What about the last point? As in, should we modify the last point instead of the first, or instead of the second point? That could be better. Yeah. But I'm not sure why we're producing this weird aberration here. Because this should be equivalent to me just dragging this point back and forth, which isn't going to make a change in this particular scene. But if I put it over here, editable children, we go find the source, we go change this. Oh, without a room, this won't be obvious, huh? There. Now we go change the source. Yeah, this is all this should be changing. What am I doing? Oh, I guess it is changing the outer part of this. Oh, it's when it goes beyond. Okay, I see. So that would imply that I am making it go too far out. Also, you can do some pretty cool stuff with that. I do not want to save this. Well, I think it is going beyond the bounds it should be going, but I don't know how that's possible because I should be clamping it here. Yeah, let's just print this out. It should never go below 0.26 or above 0.46. Interesting. That flickering's happening when it's all around 0.26 anyway. Over a very long time, it could go to a higher number on the scale. Strange. Yes, strange. Is it actually going above it at all? No. So it's just random motion plus or minus the same amount every time. So it's unlikely that if it started at, wait, why did it start at 0.26 anyway though? How did it even get here? I'm missing something. Yeah, I'm missing something. Let me try this again and put a breakpoint here. This is not what I expect. I've messed something up. Oh, no, this is always going to be a tiny number. What am I doing? Yeah, this doesn't matter. What I meant to do is this. Initial plus this. But this is just me printing something out. So even though this number was not what I expected, well, this might shed light on. It's funny. Shed light on something. Yep, and it did shed light on something. So we're adding two numbers that are... this could be 0.26. Oh, because... Oh, my God. Okay, my bad. This was not supposed to be clamped in that range if we're going to add it later. Yeah. Whoops. Okay, that should fix everything. All right, nice. Debugging helps. All right, so as mentioned, this might be too subtle. We can always change the speed. If I have it go at 8x the current speed, it's still too subtle. Do you ever even see it changing? No, not really. All right, so then let's stop. Let's just make it go 10x what it currently is. Actually, probably even more than that. Probably like that. Or maybe even, how about this, 50x what it was? Min and max is the same. Oh, yeah. I deleted the minus sign. Thank you. All right, so now you can see some flickering happening. We might want to slow that down a little bit, actually. Actually, sort of just looks like it's a bug. Maybe instead of randomizing it, I should just have it be a sine wave. Yeah, I think that'd make more sense. So we just make a tween that goes forever. Tween equals create tween physics set process mode physics. Tween dot set loops 0. I forgot how you make this infinite. Where's infinite? Set loops 2 will run twice. Calling this without arguments will make it run infinitely. Okay, so just don't put an argument. And then tween dot tween property. I think we need to make a tween callback. It's actually technically on the gradient. Can we make it on the gradient? I gotta take a break. No, you can't make it on the gradient. Yeah, so we need to make a tween callback thing. Okay, yeah. I'll be back in a little bit, and then we'll finish this up. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello again. Hey, Strawn. Pressel, how was lunch? Close the game. All right, so sine waves. Close the game. It'll eventually listen to me. Okay, what is it hearing? Close the game. It heard it. It just didn't act on it. There it goes. Yeah. Lunch was good. Nice. Yeah, I bought a chicken wrap from Costco that I have not been enjoying, but I don't like wasting food. So that's going to be my lunch today. Not looking forward to that. All right, so there's a tween method, I think. Yeah, I think this is how we do this. So I need the method like set gradient offset. And then from and to, from is going to be 0. 2 is going to be, well, actually, I guess from could be like -1 or 0.1. And then this could be 0.1. And then we need a duration. I don't know how long that should be, so let's just pick a number. And then I want to set the transition to sine. Again, a lot of this is just kind of guesswork of what's going to look best. And then we just do the exact same thing in the opposite direction. So this to this. Now, I guess we don't need a tween at all, because if all I'm doing is having it tween in a sine wave, I could just keep track of a number here. In fact, they already keep track of a number for us. Yeah, so this is all pointless. We can simplify everything to just this. Set offset to mathf.sine of engine dot what, frame count or something. Get frames drawn. Yeah, get frames drawn, and then just divide this by some like arbitrarily small or large number here, and then multiply that by 0.1. Yeah. Now what's the problem here? This is an integer. Can I apply divided by to method group? Oh, whoops, that's a function. Okay, sure. All right, let me just delete everything else. Yeah, let's try it. And then we don't need a tween. The only issue is it's really hard to tell if this is doing anything. Is it? I don't know. It might be doing it too slowly. Could also just print this out. Yeah, actually, it must be too slow. Yeah, it is too slow. All right, so just don't divide by as large a number. So let's make it 100 times faster. Fun in my video games? No, thank you. Hey, Flare. All right, now that's too fast, but that is the effect that I want. So all we need to do is tweak this number. I think some randomness is probably a good thing here. Because, yeah, flickering probably wouldn't be according to a sine wave. Although now it kind of looks like breathing. And not flickering. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a problem. I gotta increase the hitbox sizes on those, by the way. Yeah. Well, when you're paying attention to the gameplay, it's actually not super obvious how the lighting is working. So that part does kind of just fade out a bit. And I wonder a bunch of things. But yeah, how about we change this back to what it was? We don't need this here at all. And what was the issue that I had with this one? Just that it was too frequent. I don't remember what my exception was. Yeah, I think we just slow this down a bit and it'll look fine. So just generate this in like 1/10 the amount in there. Okay, so now how does it look? If all we do is pay attention to the lighting, yeah, you can see it very, very subtly change. So maybe we speed this up a little bit. So like 3 times as much as it was, but still 1/3 as much as it used to be. All right, is it even obvious? Well, it's obvious that something's happening. Yeah, I think it's probably pretty good. And then instead of going to just totally black at the end, maybe we go to like this. So you can still see a tiny bit of the screen. In fact, I should change this while this is running so I can tell. Is that apparent? It might not be apparent until you actually get, whoops. I didn't mean to choose that. The first cheat is kill player so that I could test out the restart loop. But the second cheat is grant a bunch of power. I can't tell, but I don't think that worked. If we increase the lighting a little bit, what happens here? Oh, no, of course this isn't going to work. We're just going to see a solid wall at the end. What I need to do is get rid of that and change the light in the room. Where's that light? Also, maybe the very first room should have like a full directional light that makes it lit. So this is subtract. Yeah, so we just change the color here. So I'll just do this off screen. So if I lower this a bit, we'll actually see the lighting level of the room rise. Yes. All right, so that's too much. So maybe we put it like there. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. Maybe even like this. Yeah, so now you can still see them a little bit off to the side. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that seems pretty good. Yeah, I like that. Not too shabby. Yeah, I think having a lot of enemies is a good thing. Yeah, this already feels more fun than it was. I think we just need different enemy behaviors. And there should probably be like larger swarms chasing you. I made this happen when you restart. It keeps spawning more and more potions. So like if I restart again, now there'll be 6 potions there. So every single time you restart, you're getting even more powerful than you were if you just go and collect all of these. So there should be no way that a player will ever get totally stuck in this game because eventually you become invincible. So at that point, it's just a matter of like you could just stand there, the enemies can't kill you. Yeah, this feels pretty good. And I think having, oh, that light just flickered weirdly. Oh wait, it's happening more. Oh, interesting. I wonder if every time we restart, that's getting more. Oh wow, yeah, what's going on there? Huh. Because it looks like it's moving more rapidly too. Also have insert and hidden like 1,000,000 HP. Accidentally breaks out when they become too strong. Actually, that is kind of funny. The end boss is just an unbreakable door. So wait, what is causing that lighting thing to happen? I should have fixed that, right? Huh. Hey, Magnus. Yeah, weird. Weird indeed. Hey, Phaedric. You're programmatically adding the light when you enter the first room? No, it's part of the player, unless I accidentally also had it in the scene, but I shouldn't. Yeah, player light source should only be part of the player. Yeah, and this gradient has... Oh, wait, did this move? That did move. Did I move that? Oh, how did that happen? Yeah, this point used to be 0.36. I don't know how that moved. Wow, that's bizarre. I wonder if it's because I had... No, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's because... No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I don't know how that moved. I don't think I dragged it. But yeah, now everything should be fine. So let's just set this to 20 of each upgrades and I kill everything in one hit. I actually probably don't even take damage, do I? Yeah, no, I can't take damage anymore. So yeah, that effect should never happen. In fact, if I just speed this up to 8x, and we can even kill the player here and then go back in. Oh my god, it's like impossible to control. I'm moving too fast. Oh, we're shooting past the enemies because your bullets should never move this fast. There we go. Yeah, take that, Mega Man. I've got more lemons than you do. All right. Yeah, this feels good. Let's check that in. All right, so tone down the lighting level. We have done that. Let's go check this in. We also added a bunch of monsters. I'm gonna check that in too, but it's not really technically part of this. A subtly flickering light source for the player. And just delete this. Yeah. All right, cool. So add lighting to the top-down shooter. It's just not that compelling to be able to see the entire screen at once. And check in all of that. All right, so the next thing would be make it so the bullets don't travel so far. So bullet, let's just do a private vector to start position. And then where do we actually set this? Top down. I think it's in top down shooter. Create bullet. Yeah, here it is. And this comes from here where we set its position right there. Yeah. So bullet dot set position. Actually, we can't do set position. Maybe like a init. Like so. We don't have an init function. Let's go make it. This goes here. And then we set its start position equal to that position. And then at any given time, if it travels too far away, so like private const float, max distance from start, not max distance, like distance, maybe just the Legion distance. And I don't know, how many pixels should this be? Probably roughly the size of the lighting, right? Unfortunately, it's too hard to test this because we got to actually add in a player over here. I got to just keep doing this, right? Okay, so now we can use the ruler tool. Where is that? Ruler mode, here we go. And just draw out to roughly, I think it should go a little beyond where your lighting source is. So yeah, like 300 pixels sounds good. Sure. Why compute distance just instead of time light? Because your bullet speed can actually change. as you get power-ups. And I don't want it to be like, well, you're shooting monsters that are totally off screen. Yeah. But either one could work. And it doesn't really matter which we choose. It just matters what feels good. Started my internship yesterday and today with lots of info, planning, getting to know each other. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of starting new jobs or internships can feel like you're drinking from a fire hose. I think recognizing that can be the case already can kind of help so that you don't feel overwhelmed. All right, so we set this to 300. Well, I kind of wanted to fade out before then. So now we override physics process. And we say if deletion distance times deletion distance, or I guess this way. Yeah, so float distance traveled is going to be the current position minus the start position dot distance. Well, I guess we do it that way. Distance squared to start position. Yeah. Okay, and if this is greater than or equal to this, then we fade this thing out. Tween equals, actually, let's just do it this way. This dot fade out 0.5. So it'll actually be able to travel for a little bit longer. And then we get the tween from here and do tween dot tween callback Q free. This dot Q free? Callable dot from Q free. There we go. And we only need to do this once. So, I mean, I guess we can just pretty much stop the physics process at that point. Yeah, otherwise we're going to keep repeating this. Fade tween, or like deletion tween. So if this is null and this, actually, how about just that? Cool. Then delete this bit and replace that. All right, let's try that out. Oh, the IPO went through? Huh. A premier backseating. I don't mind backseating like that. Not feeling overwhelmed at all. Doing a really good job of onboarding us. 17 interns. Wow. Yeah. Well, cool. Awesome. Whoops. I got to stop doing that. I just should probably move this from being the first cheat. Kill player. All right. So what did I even just do? I made it so... Oh, yeah. So the bullets delete themselves. So you shouldn't really be able to see them get deleted. But if I stand here and shoot to the right, we should not hit that enemy. Yeah, we are not. All right. That's pretty good. So now if I get to here, now I can hit them. All right, so it's maybe a little too far. Maybe we make the distance 250 because they still get a quarter of a second to travel. Yeah, the door animation looks good. I mean, it was hand drawn, not by me, but yeah. All right. Okay, so now let's try shooting that enemy. How close do we have to get before it's considered to be hittable? There. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. Yeah. Okay, I think that feels good. Oh no. Oh no. We actually have plenty of attack power. I say as I die. I want to add sound effects today to everything too. We only have them for the potions. All right. Nice. Yeah, so I think randomizing monster positions or just creating new ones while we're in this room or having different monster behaviors, I think that'll also help. Yeah, cool. All right, so this is just add bullet drop off, right? Yep. All right, so delete bullets after traveling too far. This is so that you can't just blast infinitely into the room. Cool. Best offense is a good defense. Basically, you only get defensive bonuses and traits, and you have to use those to get enemies to die in traps or whatever. Have you played Ikaruga? Because, excuse me, it's not exactly what you're talking about, but you could beat the entire game without ever shooting a single bullet. Yeah. So for those who haven't played this, the gimmick of this was you had an energy field around you that was either whitish blue or reddish black. And whatever the color of that was, enemies' bullets would get absorbed by you and turn into like a homing beam you could use or something. So you could play the entire game by just swapping between these two colors and just absorbing the right colors here. And yeah, it was pretty cool. I mean, most people did not play that way. Most people played where you were shooting back. But it was a really, really cool game. It's not super long. All right, to make bullets not travel so far. What was the other thing I wanted to do? Increase size of potion hitbox. All right. So yeah, I think we need some variety now. And we need the rooms to be a lot harder than they are and to like start balancing stats and everything too. So let's come up with some enemy types here. I think that's what we'll do. So enemy 1 will be a like aggro's, maybe like detects player within a range, what we already have, and then pathfinds to them, and that's it. Pathfind smartly to them, maybe something like that. Enemy 2 could be we could have like a summoner summons minions every so often upon detecting the player. Well, I don't know how this should work because, like I said, if you can summon minions, if there are any summoner characters, then you could just keep farming them for drops. Maybe the minions can't drop potions. Yeah, minions can't drop potions or have a limit per summoner of how many can drop so that you eventually stop getting them. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Also got paid for it. What if I paid you to be a viewer? And maybe when the player gets too close, they pathfind away from the player. And they move slowly, let's say. All right, so there's the summoner one. Now, enemy 3 can be like a moves very quickly, always takes 1 hit to destroy. Yeah. Can I match government consultant wages? I don't know. Also, speaking of government, I got summoned for jury duty, and I don't know for sure that I have to be on the jury, but that might disrupt the stream schedule quite a lot. I was on jury duty once in my life, and it was grand jury duty, and it lasted 3 weeks. And this, I think, is going to be a petit jury, but they said it's going to be 2 weeks. Like, why do these have to be this long? Why can't I just not be summoned? And so I looked up online. Let me see if I can find this page. County jury duty. Yeah, here maybe. Jury duty FAQ. Wait. I want to find this because I thought this was pretty funny. Yeah, here it is. All right. Will I be compensated for jury duty? Yes. Jurors currently earn $10 per day. It's like a 9 to 5 day, and they give you a $10 bill. Now, granted, they're also going to cover transportation. So, like, if I take the bus, that's an extra, what, like $6 or something. But yeah. So this is going to be a giant pain. I don't really care about if they're paying me or not. I just think it's kind of crazy because for the people who would need the money, $10 is not enough for you to live. It's like why even give you any money at that point? They're kind of just paying for your lunch, I guess. And your employers are not obligated to pay you, I think, during that time. I don't fully remember what the rules are on that. Have you watched Jury Duty on Amazon? No. Is it a show, a movie? Hey, Puello, you can't take any personal devices with you, so no laptop or something. I don't know what the rules are on that. I imagine I could like bring it with me to the courthouse and then just not use it while I'm there. So otherwise, the bus is going to be painful, like painful, because I think it's going to take an hour at least each way getting to and from the courthouse. So I'm not looking forward to this at all. I mean, I'm already not looking forward to jury duty, but yeah, the transportation, just the amount of time, and then the number of days. It's like if it was one day, that'd be okay. If it was 2 hours a day, that'd actually still kind of suck. But it's everything. It's a slap in the face. It's essentially standby. Yeah. I mean, you're on standby until you get summoned. Then when you get summoned, you might not actually be on the jury. Then when you're on the jury, they usually have set dates. So yeah. Is that applicable to all Americans, or you volunteer and get selected? I think it's applicable to everyone. So I used to live in a different state, and that's where I got summoned first. And you're typically exempt for some number of years, depending on the state. And it's a pretty long time. It's like 5 or 10 years of exemption. So yeah, most people probably don't serve on jury duty for more than like 3 times in their life or something. Show about a guy that gets summoned. He's a real person, while everything else and everyone else is scripted and are actors. Interesting. Is it? I'm guessing it's free if you have Prime. Pickle suggested jury duty on Amazon Prime. Okay. Hey, Phil P. Spent a whole week in the trial and then was told right before the deliberations that I was the alternate and told to leave. And then you get to do the fun deliberation part. Oh, man. Can I delegate it to Kevin? No, unfortunately. Could send a robo stand-in, though. Yeah, so I'm mentioning this now because it is probably going to impact like a good amount of the streams if I actually do get put on jury duty. Because like I said, it's all day and it's for like 2 weeks and it's just sort of random days. So yeah, that's gonna suck. All right, takes 1 hit to destroy. Enemy 4, maybe this one just like tanky, moves slowly. And causes other monsters nearby to aggro. Hey, Nine, just say you're biased. I don't want to subvert the system at all. I'm going to just do everything honestly and earnestly. Yeah. All right, Summoner, the move very quickly one. What else can we do in terms of enemy types? Maybe just like enemy 5, variation of enemy 1, but doesn't move directly toward the enemy, or doesn't move directly toward the player. And maybe like enemy 6 shoots bullets at the player. Any other? I mean, I don't want to add in like a million of these. I think 6 is probably pretty good. Again, you're going to be playing this game for like 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. Just 3 judges deciding and no jury. Yeah. It's a very left-leaning weapon. All right, how about first, let's just go increase the size of the potion hitbox. That's super easy. We don't have a graphic here anymore. because it's all set up through code. But if we load in the potion graphic, it's actually an objects. Potions, here we go. Okay, great. So now we want this to be 16 by 16 by 32. All right, just click one of these. Okay, so yeah, here's the problem, right? You can't touch the shadow. So I think we just turn this into a capsule and then shrink this, and whoops. And then move it down just a tiny bit. Although actually, based on where we are in the sprite, I guess maybe I should just add them all. There. This is going to look wrong because 2 of the frames are the same. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Maybe just shrink it one more. No, I don't think it needs it. Yeah, that's good. All right, so now we delete all of this. Clear. And save. And the scene should have changed like barely at all. Yeah. Well, this changed. Doesn't matter. Yeah, so all we did is add a capsule. So now when you go try to touch them, it should feel better. God, I cannot tell you how many times I've done that. I meant to do this. All right, so now if I touch them from below, I guess your head should just be a collision point and then it wouldn't really matter too much. Yeah, I think that's the real problem. It's a speeding ticket. I said what I said. Their collision box is only their head? This can't be right. Yeah, this can't be right. I don't know how this got here. Oh, that's okay, something's wrong here. What is that? Their hurt box is here. What is this collision shape then? This should have been their feet. A whole bunch of stuff got messed up and I don't know how. Yeah, and there should be like a potion collection area probably. Yeah, even their hurt box is kind of stupid here. There. It was the cat all along. She's the end game villain. You see that? I picked the right cheat that time. No, this is bad. Yeah, we need a potion collection area. All right, how do I want to do this? First of all, what even are collectibles considered over here? They just have a mask with the player. Hmm. Yeah, hmm. And how does that work? Collected top-down shooter. Upgrade. It's not create random upgrade here. It's on upgrade collected. All right, what detects this? The upgrade itself detects it, and it detects it by checking to see if the body it intersects with is a top-down shooter player. So we're only comparing against this collision shape. I mean, there are a couple different ways we could do this, and I'm just debating on what's best here. We could add a potion collector node. Yeah, we could just do that. Oh, then I guess we're checking the name of this thing. Area 2D potion collection region. This might not work. No, this wouldn't work, right? Because the monsters that check to see if you touch the player deal damage. What? It's not called deal damage? What I call it take damage? So this is in the hurt area. Yeah. This should work. Okay. So then we just add in a new collision shape here that is pretty generous. It's kind of just the whole player, I guess. Problem is now you're colliding with the shadows. Oh my God, this is so hard to do. Then we want to increase the size a little bit. Is that good? Yeah, it's pretty good. Let's change the color of this too, just to something else. And then turn it off. All right, so now you can collect a potion like that. I think it's gonna feel like you don't actually need to touch it anymore. In fact, let's just spawn a million of these things to begin with. Save system, top-down shooter, death count equals 10. There. So now it's going to spawn 20 potions at the beginning, and we'll be able to see how does the collision feel. Well, that doesn't work. It's still only checking with the foot section. Oh yeah, because I never changed the code. What am I doing? So if body.name equals potion collection region. This is not the best way of doing things, but this is how I want to do it for now. This is also causing an allocation every time something enters because we need to check against a string name. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. I mean, let's go do that. Private, static, read only, string name, potion collection region name equals potion collection region. There. Consider color blindness with regards to the potions. Can imagine it'd be hard to tell them apart. They're all pure upgrades, so I don't think there's any real reason to even differentiate any more than this. If this were like a match 3 puzzle game, I would 100% agree. Like, we can't just use color. But yeah, there's like, you never have to choose between a yellow potion and a blue potion, for example. So if someone saw all of these as gray, it wouldn't really make a difference, I think. This isn't working because the parent of it needs to be this. Oh no, because now it's not a body. Now it's an area. Oh, fun stuff. Just fun stuff. On area entered. All right. Oh, I think it's a good thing to think about. I also think it's worth considering, like, what's the effort it takes to address this and what's the cost. So the cost in this case, as I mentioned, is like if you were colorblind or you couldn't differentiate these, you still would go seek every single one of them out. They're all upgrades. If there's some kind of like split second decision you need to make, then yeah, maybe it would be worth it. But yeah, remember, you're going to be in this game for like 10 minutes. All right, so this kind of works, but I think it's a little bit too large now. Yeah, I think it's a little too large. So we should probably shrink this in like that. And then on the upgrade itself, where's the upgrade here? On the upgrade itself, we maybe only make it take up. That's kind of annoying to have to do this every time. We only make it take up like where the potion is actually hovering. So in, yeah, pretty much the range we had originally. And then clear this out. Whoops. I don't think this is good still. Yeah. I think the problem is this should kind of just be, maybe we should have just used the Hurtbox graphic or capsule. Because yeah, this is still too much. Yeah. Okay, that feels a lot better. Except for now your head can't touch it. Yeah, like this is a problem, I think. Why is this happening though? These shapes are colliding now at this point, right? The upgrade was where the potion was, and the player is there. It goes to like the top pixels of their head almost. Yeah, something's wrong. All right, let's turn on visible collision shapes. Try this again. Or maybe I was just in the wrong instance of the game. I don't know. So I went from beneath a potion. No, wait, they're all offset by a little bit. Yeah, what? Okay, I think I know what's really happening here. This is not centered. But why isn't this centered? So when we do this, I'm guessing it's going to look totally different. Yep. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is all a waste of time. Oh my god. How stupid. How absolutely stupid. Yeah. Why is that happening? Why is the reset position down here? We have a texture. We have 8x8 set. Is that what this is? 2, 3, 4. No, it's not. That's why. What a shame. If I just set that to 6, this would have been fine. Oh, what a shame. Okay, well, good thing to realize. So now it should feel fine. I mean, I have the collision shape, so it's kind of hard to see exactly. I just touched 2 of them there. Is that what I would expect? Yeah, so this is as close as you can get without collecting it. I think that's probably fine. Then once you get like here, you collect it. Okay, let's turn off the collision shape so I'm not biased by that anymore. And then just see, does this feel fine? Yeah. Feels great. And we can still like try walking into this. Yeah, nice. Man. Just an icon to help future atom localization. Probably not, because there's no way for you to reinforce what those icons would mean. Like there'd be a gun firing for fire rate, but like you might be like, well, what is my gun getting better? Like, am I going to shoot more projectiles? So you might expect to have like a pause menu that tells you the stats, but we cannot tell you the stats because the whole gimmick of this game is that we want to hide from you that these are permanent upgrades. So if you could see your stats, then you could just pause and be like, oh, they're permanent. So we can't tell you that. So yeah, that's why I think we need to just tell you that like you just got power or you got defense. Whoops. All right, nice. Yeah. Well, this is a lot better. We're gonna die here. Oh no, we didn't, because they only take what, 2 hits to kill. All right, great. So this is fixed collision boxes. What is this value 6? Okay, this on its own should be checked in. Fix player reset animation. It had the wrong number of V-frames, so everything looked vertically offset. Then we check in the rest of the stuff, which is just change collision shapes. Whoa, 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 what's that? That should probably be checked in too. Let's amend the last commit. Wait, pressing escape here brings you out of this thing? Oh, interesting. Okay, yep. Okay, so improve upgrade collisions. I now have a specific potion collection region on the player. This may not have been necessary since it's pretty close to the hurt box. But collecting potions feels pretty good now. Okay, hey Trackley. All right, so adding in different monsters would be good. I'd also like to do before the end of today, I want to add in sound effects for practically everything. And I want to fix Y sorting. So if we have different enemy behaviors and we have different rooms and we have the Y sorting and the sound effects figured out, I think this will be pretty good. So now we need different monster types. Right now all we have is monster.tscn. And yeah, they have one script. So what I'm thinking is we have a base monster scene, we have a base monster script, and then we'll override their behaviors because they all should still take damage. They have their animation states will all be the same. They'll have different navigation and different detection. Navigation, detection, and action logic. Well, detection is kind of part of their action logic, right? Detection. And their area might change too. Is it one dark pro? I think so. One dark, apparently. Yeah, and then different graphics. Honestly, I think I want to just give this to AI to do. So I don't feel like restructuring this code myself. Also, I do kind of want to try using this stuff more on stream so that I can start doing other stuff while it's working. Like the fixing Y sorting thing. And I'm about to take a break, so this is a pretty good time for me to do this. Yeah. I tried as much as I could yesterday to like use the rest of my weekly AI plan that I have. Do I have a picture of this? I don't think so. No, I don't. Oh, anyway. Okay, so I want to add several different monster types. I'll just type it in here. Cool. Plan. Yep. Extra high. All right. More than just monster. The different monsters are differentiated by different graphics, which I don't even have the graphics right now. Where are they? Well, what's that? You have a new rate limit reset available. You were granted a rate limit reset that will expire in 30 days. What does that mean? Does that just mean I hit 1 month of using this? I wonder how much money has been spent on these kinds of tasks worldwide. Probably. What I meant more was that I was just using AI a lot more. I actually think it's causing me to work more than I would have. And I think that's either a pro or a con, depending on how you look at things. Yeah, it's just the month thing. Okay, got it. Yeah. I don't think I have the other graphics here for monsters. Yeah, we don't. No, wait, no, they're all inside of here. Oh, no, they're not. That's just number 10. Okay, so let's go get the other ones. I don't care which one's which. Those don't matter. Yeah, let's take this free. Okay, so we'll just drag all these over to here for right now. We'll figure that out later. Yeah, they're all inside this folder now. So copy. They're all inside here. Although there's no need to change code to use these just yet. Different behavior. The current one detects the player and moves toward them. But there may be another monster that tries pathing to where the player is going, not where they are. And yet another that summons other monsters. And what else? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Make. Yeah, I wonder if I should just leave it at that and just let it figure out how to do it instead of telling it what I would do, which is make another scene and then make a base script. So allow for adding different monster types. I should be able to instantiate these via code or the Godot editor by instantiating a scene. And then use the new capability to add a monster that is slow and tanky. Sure, whatever. Yeah, let's just do this. Just see what happens. All right, so fixing Y sorting. I should have said to do that on a different branch, but I guess it is just planning for right now. So fixing Y sorting should be pretty simple. We just need to go into top-down shooter and pretty much just Y sort everything. Except that bullets should probably always be on top of stuff, but they can travel behind things. I don't know. Let's just try stuff out. So Y sort enabled true. Let's go add in a room node here, basic room. Should probably turn off the detection region of monsters. Where is it? Detection area, there we go. Yeah, the Wi-Fi is off now. Energy limits at refill. I need to pick another carrot in the game. Yeah. Okay, so now we need to Y sort all of these things too, I think. So if I try moving this behind the monster, nothing's going to happen, right? So I think it's because actually we probably need to sort this, right? No. Maybe within the room we have to go change this. I know that this is going to cause me to modify this thing too, but yeah, let's go set Y sorting on that and then go back to here. Oh, now we need to save this. There we go. Okay, now we have Y sorting of the player and monsters. Now what about bullets? Let's go instantiate in a bullet. Where is the bullet? I can hardly even see it. It's so tiny. So this goes behind the player. Yeah, so this is going to be a problem. We need this to probably just always show on top of the player. I wanted to show behind crates and stuff, but I think that's probably a bad idea. So maybe just don't Y sort this for now. Oh, it's already not on. I guess we're sorting the whole node. Yeah, that might be a problem. You added shields. Yeah, that might be a problem. Maybe we just, well, I can't turn this off, right? Because then you won't be able to sort these behind the other one. Yeah. So I think we need to put everything that gets Y sorted under a single node. So yeah, maybe I do that, which means I got to restructure this whole scene. Drat. All right, let's just not save for a sec. Top-down shooter. Node 2D Y sort node. Oh, alternatively, what I could have done is I could have just set the Z index on bullets higher. Yeah, the problem is well, maybe there's no problem. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Oh man. Okay, fine. So Y sort enabled. Let's go back to what we had. So then the room node needs the same thing. And the basic room. Basic room should have this on already. Why doesn't it? Now we delete and reinstantiate it. Okay, cool. That's working. Then bullet node, we just set the Z index 1 higher. All right, I think that should do it. Now I just got to make sure we didn't change anything else here. Top-down shooter. Yeah, so anything with a position should not be changed. That shouldn't be changed. And that's pretty much it. All right, an ad break's about to start, so I'm going to go take my break. This came up with a plan. How should it be introduced? Scene only? Sure, whatever. Baseline tuning? I don't care. Yeah. All right, I'm going to go take my break. I'll be back in a little bit. Is it jump time? It's jump time. All right, hello again. Close the game. Hey, Renault. All right, so I should have Y sorting working. It might be a little weird with the door. It might not even work for the door. Let's go try this out though. So we're gonna speed everything up a little bit. So I should be able to move behind these crates now. Well, I can't fit between them, but if I shoot one of them. I guess crates don't really have a problem. Yeah, I guess crates don't really have a problem. How about these doors? Ooh, that's messed up. Well, now we got to make it to the other end of this room. Let's just run through. Yeehaw. I guess it's most obvious in the starter room. Okay, so yeah, you show... Whoop. Oh, man. This is too difficult. Because you have a very, very small region where you can not go through the door. Yeah, so like here, for example. This is correct. Nah, I need to change that. Set the Z based on the Y. Well, there's a Y sorting thing built into Godot, and that's what I'm using here. But I gotta turn off the transition region of this, disabled. There we go. Now we should be able to try out Y sorting. I don't think it's even set on the door. So I don't think it's gonna do anything. But yeah, now we won't go through the door. So yeah, here you can see we're showing up below it. Oh my God, this is not going to be easy because, oh man, because it's all one sprite. Oh, yuck. I think we'd have to split it into two sprites, which normally wouldn't be a problem, but that I like manually set the entire collision shape for the whole animation. So if you look at this, see how the door is red the whole time? I drew those polygons by hand. And we're going to need to delete all that and turn this into two doors. Well, that's not worth doing right now. But yeah, I think that is kind of a problem. Yeah. If we... No, yeah, there's no other way to do this. Because, like, you shouldn't be colliding with the door right here. This is a perspective trick. You should be able to walk right and have it go underneath the door. But, yeah, this is bad. All right, well, we got to fix that some other time then. I'm not doing that right now. The doors need to be split into two graphics. Right now, the Y sword origin is like between the two of them. It wouldn't work or make any sense. We could kind of trick it though. I don't know how you set the Y sword origin if it's not a tile map though. Godot change Y sword origin of sprite. Is that possible? I know you can do it on a tile map. Okay, then we can apparently just work around this by changing where this thing is located. Oh, man. All right. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just move this up for now. It's going to break all the collision, but it should fix the Y sword thing, I guess. Freezing the character when the door opens, auto transitioning an extra metro second or so. Then you don't even mess with the collision at all. Yeah, this is kind of the effect I was talking about, by the way. So this would work, and then we just change where the collision is, so that you don't walk into the door here. And it looks pretty convincing. Yeah, it looks pretty convincing. So that's what we got to do. We got to offset this by however many pixels I just offset it by. 36? Yeah, 36. All right, let's write that down. Just need to move the door sprite up by 36 pixels along with every other thing in the scene. All right, let's take a look at the plan that this thing came up with. It's a very small plan, so maybe it's reasonable. Add monster variation to the scene or script level. Stays the default chaser. New monster scenes can be instantiated directly from code. First variant will be tank monster. Refactor monster CS, so movement speed and max life values are exported scene tunable values. Add protected extension points to monster for future behavior variants. Default target selection returns a player's current position. Detected behavior moves toward the target. Existing public room game integration unchanged. Inheriting from monster.tscn is a little bit weird. I don't think I like that. I'm going to change this. Hey, Kyle, it's going pretty well. I've been feeling a bit strange lately. And I think part of it is just, I don't know, just accepting change. All right, I want to modify this plan. Monster.tscn should act as a base scene for all monster types. The currently it's the only monster type we have, but it should be split into base monster and basic chase monster. Yeah, and then I want this to work on another. How do you have it work in a different workspace? I wonder if I need to do that first. Yeah, I might have needed to do that first. Or maybe I turn off plan mode. All right, let's see. Yep, that looks good. You need to refactor into base monster. Yep. Okay, move direct chase behavior. Yep. Okay, sounds good. So yeah, I wanted to implement this, but dismiss this first and then turn off plan mode and then have it work in a... I don't think I can do this now. Oh, I can change it from local. No, I don't know. All right, well, let's just copy the plan. Or maybe I can tell it to do this, but in a different workspace or work tree. Implement the plan, but in a separate work tree. Hopefully it can do this. Because otherwise I gotta save off my changes. Yeah, okay, nice. All right, great. So we gotta go fix the door. So we have to move this up from the origin by 36 pixels, so negative 36, which means that we move everything else up by 36 pixels. This is a little strange to do. There. Then all of these polygons need to change. And there's no easy way to do this, so we just have to go open door.tscn. Any polygons we see need to be moved. So all the zeros here. No, wait, what is this? No, only the Y values. So this should be negative 36. This should be 5, 5, and negative 36. And then same thing over here. Good. Probably spoken about it before, but I've tried using AI on my projects. Its plans or suggestions are unnecessarily complex. Do you get the same issues? I have not had the same issues, and I actually just used this here, and it looks pretty reasonable. I think in general, here's kind of how I plan to use AI. Is well, if the problem is really small, e.g. like add a function to randomly pick an array element. Then I just give it the task and review the code. Otherwise, I like thinking about how to solve the problem and then giving the AI my solution as instructions with leeway to come up with something better. Then I review the plan and then I review the code that it makes. And like I test the functionality in between. I generally find this to work pretty well. And yeah, for small problems, it's like, well, if it's so straightforward that really no one would have any ambiguity about it. And yeah, this is a pretty good example. It's like, well, just let it do it. So if you find that there's too much complexity, it could be that you need to scope down the tasks you're giving it. So rarely am I like, go make a top-down shooter. It's usually something like animate upgrades using these graphics. So it's a small self-contained thing that would typically have been a single commit if a human were doing it. And by doing that, it makes it so that the plans aren't so crazy to review. If I did say go make a top-down shooter, it'd probably have to ask me like 40 questions and it'd probably get a bunch of stuff wrong and make other assumptions. Hey, Atomic. I do heavy tweaks to most things AI sends me. I've just been struggling to find a good use case for it. If you take a look at my to-do list right now, and this is technically public, so you could, but even just looking at it on screen, it's like add in sound effects for everything. This is a great scenario of where I think using AI will be good. I have a folder full of sound effects. Just tons of these, right? Wave file after wave file. This, I think, is for me to do. I should go through these and I should be like, okay, enemy death. Yeah, cool. That can work as a monster death sound. So what I'm going to do for this task is I'm going to collect this up and I'll be like, all right, this used for when a monster dies. And I'm going to come up with little annotations for when they should be used and then just give it to AI and hopefully it plugs in the very simple like play sound id.monster death and then manifests what this data is. So here it would have something like the path is this, the volume is 100%, the minimum pitch and the maximum pitch it just comes up with. And yeah, I think it'll be a nice task for AI. So I think just look through whatever you have on your to-do list. If it's granular enough for you, it's probably granular enough for AI to do. All right, so we have not finished this yet. We got to go finish this. Although this was asking me questions, right? You want to allow creating a sibling Git work tree outside the current workspace so the implementation stays separate from the dirty main checkout? Yes. Okay, any other packed vector 2 arrays that we have here? Yeah, here. I got to change all of these. This is definitely annoying. Actually, we could just do all these at once, right? Just making certain to do it like so. Okay, cool. Now all of the negative 36s that we have, we go select. Oh, that one got messed up. That used to say 6. No, it was -6. All right, I don't know what I did wrong there, but sure, whatever. All right, now we select all of these. I think negative numbers will make this more difficult because yeah, it's gonna mess us up. All right. Well, this is a shame. Yeah, this is a shame. All right, I'll do this by hand. I don't think we should have too many of these to do. Now I'll just select all the ones that don't have negative numbers in front of them. There. Now we can evaluate those. And then we have the negative ones. Let me evaluate those. There. All right, then we just need to do the same with this one. Okay, new idea. What if we expand this out like so? And then just line these up and do a minus 36 on all these. And then we can just box select them all and evaluate them, right? Yeah. All right, that wasn't so bad. Oh, this one's harder. All right, so now we paste these back in. We delete any double spaces that exist. This is definitely not the smartest way of doing this stuff. Just to be clear. I know this. I just yeah, hopefully I'm done with this now. Let's try it. Let's take a look. All right, so those collision shapes got fixed. Hopefully all of these got fixed as well. Would you look at that? They're perfect. Yeah, nice. Now what's it asking about? Do you want to make these changes? Yeah, this is all fine. All right, so now I'm gonna run this. And now the doors should look a lot better. Oh, they'll be 36 pixels off. We need to move where they are in the scenes. Yeah, you can see it's messed up over there. But otherwise, it should be pretty good. So where's the starter room? Door. All right, just move this downward. Plus 36. Perfect. And then same thing with the basic room. This door would be moved down by 36. Okay, let's go try that out. Oh, then we got to change the collision shape though. Oh, yeah. Oh, and this is messed up. No, this is stupid. Yeah, this is stupid. Because you'll always show behind this now. So we need to stop the collision when you get to like here, which wouldn't feel right. All right, this was stupid. Well, that's too bad. There's no way to get this to work with both doors unless I make the collision wonky to prevent the player from seeing anything wrong. Yeah, that's too bad. So I guess we got to undo everything I just did, at least with doors. What a shame. Yeah, what a shame. Oh well. And I want this thing. I don't like how it does this. I want it to be able to make files however much it wants. And I say, don't ask again in the current session. It's like, well, what about this file? It's like, yeah, ask me for deleting stuff, but don't ask me for creating stuff. At least not in like a temporary directory. It's not like it's creating some service definition somewhere. Wait, did the door move here? This is base room. No, basic room moved the door. These somehow got different parent ID pads. I don't know how that happened. Must be an automatic thing, but this can be deleted. All right, monster has visible false for its collision shape. That's fine. The door changed. Yeah. Player's position got deleted. That doesn't sound correct. All right, there we go. Let's try running this. Hey, man. You can reject and amend. So I'm using Codex. I'm also not even using the CLI. But, yeah. I think I just want a way for it to... I want to, like, define what I find to be a problematic permission. Like, making files in a temporary directory is pretty much always fine with me. Because the way I look at it is, like, the worst thing that could happen there is it just takes up a lot of space. Wait a second. Did the movement speed thing just show behind the door? That's not smart. We got to change floating text node to have an order of. Oh, wait a sec. By setting the z index higher, aren't these going to show on top of the? No, they don't show on top of that. No, that's fine. Did I change that? Why is that happening? Pause menu. No. Main. It's ZNX is set to 1. Okay. Probably. Yeah, and this ZNX is set to 2. So where's the settings screen? Inside the pause menu. Settings screen. ZNX is 1 and it's relative. Okay, so it is 2. So we should probably set those things even higher than that. So maybe we set this to 2 and this to 3. Yeah. That should be fine. And that way we can change the floating text to have a z index of 1. So now it'll always show in front of doors. I've had a run for 5 hours and it's still going. Did you give it some like mega task? So I just need to collect this. Yeah, nice. All right. What is going on? Why did it just make the sound like that? Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Oh, it's making the sound effect from a different game instance. It's this one, I think. Yeah, I was shooting enemies and getting the potions in this game. Ah, tricky. Yeah, very tricky. Do you want to allow stopping this? Yeah, sure. Okay, so let's go check this in. Fix Y sorting on most things. This does not work for doors yet since they use one sprite for both doors. It's gonna be annoying. Yeah, it's gonna be annoying. We probably have those door graphics though, right? Where is this? Downloads, dungeon, doors. I don't remember which one I chose. Single door, front side. All right, there's door open bottom. So door open top must be the other. Yeah. Yeah, so this is what we have to use. We have to split this out. I don't want to do that at all right now. I also don't think that's necessary for testing the fun of the game, and that's what we're mostly trying to figure out. This is still working. How are we doing on quota? Yeah, we're fine. It looks like it's wrapping up pretty soon too. All right, so sound effects for practically everything. So I have a list of sound effects we wanted to add. Where is that list? Here it is. Yeah, stepping sounds. Drinking a potion, hitting a wall with a bullet, hitting enemies, getting hurt. Maybe even just shooting a bullet. I don't want this to be annoying. What if I search for shoot? Fire? No, I think I just need to search for like generic attack sounds. Maybe we should get different sound effects for this. No, none of these really sound good. I mean, there's some ranged attacks, but it's bows. Yeah. I might need some different sound effects. Let's go look at Humble Bundle. Do they have any other asset packs right now? Bundles, games, software. I don't know if it's considered games or software. Let's look at both. I know this says Unreal. I just want to see what they've got. Yeah, it's mostly 3D stuff. Music, 2D game dev level creation pack. What's in here? Because some of these might actually be decent for sub games you want to make. How much is this? Isn't there? It says pay $5 or more, but there's a way to get not pay at least 25. Okay, yeah, there we go. All right, what does this look like? How do you find out what it looks like? Here. You can't go between the pictures with left and right? Oh, now it works. This is pretty cool. It looks like a Mega Man style game. It's not very large in terms of the asset pack. Game Dev Market. I don't think I even knew about this site. Unless they have. Ice Cavern. Hmm. All right, tiles. They have sounds in here. Oh, hey, this is one of the ones I think I own this already. Yeah, I think I have this. You know, a lot of sales through Humble Bundle. Yeah, I mean these are expensive for what the bundle goes for. I mean, $25 to get everything. Although I think a lot of this stuff is just kind of fake sales sometimes. Like, is it worth $15 for that asset pack? No, probably not. Also, I think on Itch it's cheaper. What is that called? I lost it. Oh, there it is. TD RPG Forest Tile Set. All right, so we just search for this person on Itch. Yeah, here we go. And their forest tile set. Wait, they are actually charging quite a lot for all of these. Here it is, and they are charging $15 for it there too. But I own this, so take that. You already got my money. Any sound effects in here? No sound effects, I think. Well, yeah, this is done. All right, yeah, I don't see anything in here. So itch game assets. I want to find one for sounds, sound effects. All right, we need something for pixel combat. 2100. Buff, cast, explosion, hit, interface, melee, movement. No, this won't work. We need something with like gun sounds. Gun sounds and more. Authentic. I don't want them to be authentic though. I want them to be like pixel sounds. Where's their preview? Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I can really easily do this while I'm streaming. At this point, I have enough to last a lifetime. Yeah. 5,000 game SFX. Small showcase. Yeah, I should maybe do this on my lunch break or something. I mean, alternatively, we can use, what was that, like, online NES sound creator? What was it? Is it this one? No, this one. Here it is. Yeah, I think it's something like this. So let's try to find, yeah. Yeah, something like that. We could just generate these. I think you're allowed to use this stuff for free. Using these sounds in your JavaScript game. I just want to find out about their license. What? I mean, I guess they have their code license. No, they don't even have their code license. Unlicensed license. Free and unencumbered software released into the public domain. Copy, modify, publish, use, sell, distribute. Okay. Yeah, we gotta be really careful with this because it's gonna be a sound effect you hear a lot. So whatever it is, we gotta make sure it's not too annoying. All right, well, we can use this for now at least. Use this for the shooting sounds. All right, let's see what this thing did. So I implemented in a separate work tree. Wait, what? It put it in this folder? Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I'll write this down over here. I mean, I guess we could open that up and try it out. Or just copy it over. Branch codex space monster types. Get, actually, this wouldn't matter. I do have some changes, but let's just still check this out and see what's going on here. Get branch. Oh, I typed a G at the end? Where'd that come from? Already used by work tree. Wait, what? Apparently I don't understand how this works. Well, all right, then let's switch back into this and do a get log -1. No, it's not committed here. Okay, well then let's just open this up in Godot project, right? Actually, I don't want to import it though. Well, we could just tell it to commit this. It's going to say commit because this is, oh wait, no. It's on the new branch. I did this differently enough from how I should have done it that now this is unwieldy. Yeah. All right, so put the modified code back into here. Use GTR for get trees. Hey, Goldskin. I mean, normally I just have this change the work tree ahead of time, and then all I need to do is like cherry pick it into my branch if I want to. But in this case, I told it to do it as part of a prompt, and it did something a little bit weird. You have a branch checked out in a work tree, it can't be checked out anywhere else. Yeah, hey Granny Sith. I gotta learn this workflow a little bit better. I was doing something different with Claude when I was using that. But all I want to see are what are the changes now, so hopefully it does this. Gonna apply the track diff with get apply check. Patch files ready, applies cleanly. Copy over the C# and scene files. All right, so now we have all the changes, right? Monster.cs was deleted in favor of something else. And I don't see the something else in here. That's worrisome. Untracked in the server worksheet. Okay, this should fix it. Well, I don't know why I didn't just run ditto to begin with. Do we have it yet? Still, oh, there they are. Yeah, okay, so it should run. Because I don't think this change was really all that crazy. So we should see 2 different monster types now. No, wait, we didn't add any to the scene. But these should operate the same way they did, so they should still damage me. Yeah, and they should still die, and they should still be able to drop potions. Yeah, I was going to say that might be a little bit trickier because that's all based on luck. All right, yeah. Cool. Cool. This should be done, right? Yeah. All right, so let's go try adding in the tank monster now. Basic room. Instantiate tank monster. Oh, it has the same graphic. I wanted to change that. Creates a weird workflow. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta get more used to that. All right, well, anyway, it'll look the same. So we'll just have to remember that for right now. But that very first monster is going to be the tanky one. And it should move slower as well. Let's go enter that room. There we go. And yeah, this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, it takes a lot of hits. It almost killed me. All right, yeah, this will be good. That one did kill me. But now I get 2 more upgrades. So if I just start blasting this thing from over here. Yeah, wow. Takes a lot of hits. Oop. Okay. All right, so let's go look through the code that it did. I want to make sure to change the monster graphics too. Make sure we change the monster graphics. They all have the same sprite sheets, so it shouldn't be too much to do it through code. All right, that looks good. Yep. Monster just doesn't exist anymore, pretty much. It's base monster. Looks good. Yep, this got deleted. I mean, technically got renamed. This is all fine so far. So these I'm not actually adding in yet, so let's just ignore those for now. All right, so this should all be code that I already had. In fact, if I were to do this, get status, and add in all of this stuff, get add these. So now in get status, we can see the renames that happen here. Does this get any smarter or no? Not really. But if we do... Wait, it's not called base monster? It is. Why don't I see that here? Oh, I had to scroll up farther. Okay, so it does not detect it as a rename. All right, when I saw modified here, that's what I was assuming. But yeah, it would actually have said moved or renamed. In this case, it's because we both renamed it and changed the contents of it. So it does make this harder to diff. Well, anyway, let's look through it. Convert into auto property with private setter. Guessing it wants me to do the same thing here. Make property private. Well, because we never use it anywhere else. Sure. And then what? Same thing here. Make private. I mean, at that point, this doesn't even need to be a property. And even this stuff, stop moving. Yeah, I'll just make this stuff private for now. Okay. What else do we have? Yeah, a lot of the same code I already had here. In fact, I mean, it makes sense that most of the code would be the same because I hardly did anything. All right, what else? Base room, I already looked through this. I didn't look through chase monster. What do we have here? Get target position. Move toward target. Sure. So this is a very, very light scene wrapper around what we have. Yeah. All right. I think it's pretty reasonable. Hey, just in time. Ask it to make the selective changes you want from the work tree to your current or normal directory and ignore the changes you don't want. Yeah. I need to figure out what is the expected workflow for this. I just haven't really had to do things in parallel a lot. But while I'm streaming, I'd like to. So that I'm not just sitting around waiting for an AI to respond. Anyway, these changes look good. So refactor monster. This is to support different monster types. We currently have 2. Although they only differ in stats right now, not behaviors. Their sprites also don't differ. Yeah, new standard flow for parallelizing. Okay, so now change or like make it so that each... No, wait, no, the collision had to be different though. Oh, this is like the classic problem that I have when I'm using Godot. So in this case, we have collision set up here based on this particular sprite. So let's say we want to swap out this sprite with something else. And I could probably trivially easily do this by going into base monster and, oh, not that one, base monster.tscn. What is that called? Apparently monster.tscn. I think I want to rename this to base monster. Rename monster.tscn to base monster. Anyway, suppose we want a different graphic here. So we changed this 10 to a 09. Yeah, so or 00 or something. All right, so we do that. Now we go back into the scene, reload. And then go into monster. Huh, that's strange. That should have changed. Oh, it changed back. Because what, the UID is wrong? Yeah, the UID is wrong. All right, let's just change this to like ABC. And then it'll say that the UID is wrong and will load based on path. There we go. Okay, so this monster looks, I guess, largely the same. But I think there are some bigger ones and there are some smaller ones. And we probably want to customize their collision box based on the sprites. So we have a few options. Like option 1 is just do everything through code. Option 2 is use a mixture of code and changing the scene. And option 3 is do everything through the scene. So the annoying thing about doing it through the scene is I have to go through each of these and then like change their graphics. And let's say we wanted to add in another frame for all of these. Well, now I need to go through like Monster 1, Monster 2, Monster 3, Monster 4, and go change all of their animations. But doing it through code wouldn't let you see in the editor, like, where are the collision shapes. So this is a typical problem I've run into that I'm not like happy with any of the solutions I've ever done in the past here, because I feel like you're always lacking something. And yeah, the more you have to kind of piece together for your scenes to be coherent, I think the harder it is to iterate on those changes, which we probably don't ever have to iterate on these, so it probably won't matter. So like the simplest possible thing we could do is just go in and change all the graphics here to a different sprite sheet. And then, yeah, great, we're done. But then the collision would be different. Generate the scenes from a script. Yeah, so that's another option. Then we end up with unique scenes. We just have to run a different generator. Did you do that at all, Magnetic Mind, with Seaborn Soldiers? Did a ton of that? Okay. Yeah. The only issue there is we need to then make it clear that you shouldn't edit any of this stuff because it's a generated scene. Well, I guess in this case, all we're really generating is the sprite. Although, how do you stop people from generating that? I think it's better to make... Wait. Where do we have the collision here? Designed by spreadsheet. Still debating on how this would work. Yeah, option 4 is generate the scenes through code. Need to know not to modify those scenes by hand. We need a tool to do this generation. And we still need to figure out how we would specify collision code or collision shapes. I think that's one of the other problems that I have here. Like I didn't look through all these graphics to figure out how different they are. Like this one, this is probably a little bit larger. Yeah, and this one's a little bit smaller. So their collision shapes would probably reasonably change. And we can specify those. We could say like draw a capsule from here to here, put a circle there. Add a readme to the folder. Yeah. I mean, my alternative kind of good enough solution for now would just be to copy paste and do things with the editor. And that's another route, which is like option 5, do something fast and cheap now and then fix this later. I'm tempted to use this for now. All right, so all of these are going to use the new graphic. Let's delete this and set this back to what it was. Sure, whatever. Wait, what happened to my... This doesn't matter. What happened to... Oh, here it is. All right, so now we're back to using the original graphic that we had, which is the skeleton looking thing. And yeah, if I want to change tank monster, I'd need to go make a new sprite frames, I guess. But with pretty much all the same data. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. $77 units, 22 trades, 60 items. Do it all in the editor and eat the tedium. Okay. Yeah. Here's what I'll do then. We'll have AI eat the tedium. So I just modified tank monster TSCN to use a different graphic. It has the exact same structure. 09.png has the exact same structure as 10.png. So I want the exact same animations in the sprite frames as like monster.tscn uses. Do not run any tooling to examine Pictures, simply ask me questions should any arise. Although none should, since I just told you everything. All right, yeah, because every once in a while it tries like, oh, I'm gonna go examine these pictures and figure out what's supposed to happen here. It's like, you do not need to do that. All right, so by the end of this, how this should look is we have monster with 4 different animations here. And, you know, autoplay is set and the frame rate is set for this stuff. And tank monster should look pretty much exactly the same as that. So if it can figure that out, then great. Because then I can just have this run for each of these. Because, yeah, I don't feel like clicking all of these. Yeah, nice. This is exactly what I want. And then, yeah, finding sound effects. I think this will help a lot. In fact, maybe just use placeholder music until we have something better. I want to, yeah. I have these downloaded somewhere, don't I? I had it. I don't know where it is now. What's in here? No, it's not there. I see things like Witching Hour. These were all the spooky tunes though, right? We could use that. It just doesn't really feel like it's fitting. I mean, we could just load the game and see. Sounds too spooky. So I better sped up a bit. Whoa! We got the new graphic in. Good job, AI. It killed me. But now this thing should be able to die before it makes it to me. Got a couple of power upgrades. All right, let's try one of the other ones. They all sound pretty similar if I remember correctly. Feel dread. Either way, it's not really fitting for this game, I think. Yeah. Well, anyway, we can find something for that. Is this done? Yeah, this is done. And I think it should just be good, right? Yeah, nice. We got all of our animations. And even set the frame duration and everything too. Nice. Okay, cool. Well, we got our tanky monster. Yeah. Change the game to match the music. All right, so I'll speed this up a bit. Power, movement speed, defense. I already got 5 of each upgrade, so this thing should die pretty quickly. Yeah. Yeah, I want them to like idle around, so not just standing there. I think that would also help. But yeah, it's looking pretty good. All right, nice. So we added in 09. change graphics for tank monster. Cool. All right, so now different behaviors I want to do. Let's go delete this. Where is that? Here, yeah. I want this folder gone. Where did it even put it? Here it is. Rename monster to base monster. Can I do that over here? Or is that going to break it? Oh, this is already called base monster. The file isn't. Monster.tscn. Rename base monster. Now, did we ever refer to this anywhere? Not anymore. Yeah, that should be it. That way this matches the script name. So as long as the game still runs, I think we're pretty much fine. I'll just go into turbo speed here so I don't need to wait too long. Yeah, there. Yeah, nice. Great. Okay, rename monster.tscn, base monster.tscn. Done, done, done. And done. Cool. All right, we'll do more monster behaviors after the break. Is it jump time? And hey, typical. It apparently is not. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello, hello. Hey, Nat. Close the game. Okay, so we want to make some different monster behaviors here. So this we already are done with. This, I mean, I guess we're kind of done with. We didn't do the cause monsters to aggro thing. Moves quickly and takes 1 hit to destroy. I mean, this is pretty much just copy pasting the same monster we already have, right? I guess we should make. Well, who should the summoner summon? Probably enemy 1. Maybe just a random collection of enemies. All monsters should walk around a bit when idle. Yeah, which means we need another state for them, right? Base monster. All right, they have the idle state, walking, hurt, dying. These correlate to their animation states, but idle is just them standing around. So there should be like, I guess walking with a particular destination. Yeah, this is has detected player. Let me get the animation name from there. All right, so idle walking. So maybe walking should be like they detected the player. Yeah, in fact, that's what we should probably do. I don't know. I'm torn. So this is just walking around without having spotted the player. All right, that animation is going to be this. And they enter this state occasionally, I guess. Yeah, here it is. Player's not null. Isn't this always true? Yeah, this is kind of pointless. And this is kind of pointless too. We should just have the field get private set. Yeah, like that. And then this can be capital player. Presumably that's going to cause some other problems, so that's not an issue. Any other things? No, that was pretty much it. All right, so going back to physics process for a second here. So if the current state that they're in is idle and percent chance, random.shared.percent chance, maybe like a 5% chance. This is per frame. I just want to do something here. Hey, Boolean, how you doing? How's everything going? So enter state, idle walking. So then once they're in the idle walking state, I think what I want them to do is just pick a random destination that's like kind of close to them. Where's their pathfinding stuff with navigation? And the only thing calling this right now is when they've been detected. Where is the tank monster? Here. Oh, this extends from basic chase monster. Okay, that's fine. All right, so the target position is going to be something that's randomized here. Let's have like a private vector to idle walking target position. And once they enter the state of idle walking, if state equals idle walking. So set this position equal to their current position, global position. It's got to be somewhere in bounds. And it can't be too far away, I think. And figuring that out might be a little bit annoying. Feeling good about progress of the new game so far? I think so. I still think one of the weird things about this game is that I spend like weeks on a sub game in order to get an extra like 5 minutes of gameplay time. So it's not a very good return on how long I'm spending on this. So I'm looking forward to the next major playtest should be around August 1st, something like that. This might get pushed because I just found out I probably have jury duty, and I might lose like 6 work days because of that. So that's long enough that yeah, I might need to push this. But anyway, on the next one, I'm hoping we have 3 more sub games than we originally did. So we've been working on this top-down shooter, then we have the loot boxes thing, and then some other thing that we might have to redo because I think it's gonna be too hard to do. I knew that going in. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, but this is what I'm saying. Like, so I'm feeling good about the progress, but I don't know if I'm like creating even more scope than I originally thought. I was saying I really think the main goal for this year is get to like 30 to 45 minutes of gameplay. And then at the end, reflect on how long that took and how much like cleanup I have to do as a result. And I wrote this somewhere. I don't even know where I wrote this. Did I ever write like 2027 in here? Yeah, here it is. Prove out the idea, have a bunch of gameplay. Then in 2027, just build on this. So, yeah, I don't know. Figure out like how long would it take to add another hour of gameplay? Friend is also interviewed for jury duty. Maybe we were for the same case. Maybe. I'm not allowed to discuss it though. Hey, Flem. Self-employed, right? You can get out of jury duty. They say you should only get out of it. It would cause like significant hardship and not just an inconvenience. I think it's an inconvenience. So I think I should go. So yeah. I I think it sucks. But it's not like, oh my God, I can't take care of a dying relative or something. And that's what they make it sound like it should be if you were to get out of it. I think you revisit each sub game with a different twist. I could, and hey Nemo, I could. I want it to make sense in the context of the game. And a lot of these are like you're in them for a little bit of time, then you're done with them, and then you never go back to them. So if I wanted to make a sub game you go back to, then yeah, we'd probably have to open it up for more. However, I think it'd probably just be more compelling to have whatever twist is there be there from the get-go. Wait, I'm not sure about this. Always called and said I'm self-employed and they take me off the list. Yeah. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Never actually had to serve. Yeah, it's possible that I think the call is on Tuesday. It's possible they talk to me and they're like, "Yeah, we don't need you." And that'd be great. I don't mind a phone call in the middle of the day. That's okay. All right, so this is what we're doing first here. Move around a little bit when idle. So we need to find a particular position. How about we just pick something close enough for right now? So global position plus vector2 dot right dot rotated random dot share dot next or float range. So negative pi to pi or just 0 to 2 pi. It doesn't really matter. All right, so this is a random vector and then times like 100 pixels. I just want to see if this even works. And now that we have that position, we want them to walk to that position. Stop moving. What is responsible? Oh, here it is. Update detected behavior. So if they're just idly walking, I guess we'll just put this at the beginning. If state equals idle walking, move toward this. And I don't think we need to return or anything. So once they get there, yeah, all right, let's try this. So they're going to just pick a random spot 100 pixels from where they are some of the time. And then they're going to walk toward that. I don't know what this is going to look like. I don't know if this is going to be stupid. So let's just go into the room and see what happens. So yeah, we should see someone start to move. No one has. Let's speed this up. Still no one has. So I don't think this is working. Yeah, I don't think this is working. Hey, David. Welcome in. All right, so we're entering this. State is monster idle. What do we start in? Maybe we don't even have a starting state. State equals state. Enter state. Do we call enter state idle? We do, and that's in ready. Okay, so we do enter this. So then if we are still there, oh, whoops. Wait, no, that's correct. Yeah, it's in the range 0 to 1. I was like, did I make this 1/100th of what it's supposed to be? Because that could explain this. It's possible that we're just not we're not picking the location correctly. I don't know, there's a lot of stuff I could have done wrong. So now it's time to debug. Idle, walk, target position, yeah, this. All right, we got a couple breakpoints now. Let's go try it out. Okay, strange. It's never being hit. Are they not in the idle state? That's the most likely explanation, but I don't know why that would have been the case. State is currently idle. So we get down to here. Oh, no, we don't. Because of this. Well, then we put that up here. Does not like when I do that. There. All right, there's another breakpoint I left in somewhere. It'll just get hit. I don't want to go find it. Just being lazy right now. There we go. There it is. Yeah, so it did find a new position. So now we should see them moving around. Yeah, and then they detected me while moving there. So now I'm going to turn it down to regular speed. And now we should see the enemy should just start wandering around at some point. It's random. Although I'm pretty sure it should have happened by now. I can't stop this guy. I could do this. Huh. Yeah, huh. What am I doing wrong? Maybe they're in the idle walking state and they're just not moving toward the target as they should. Yeah, what's their position? Global position, distance to idle walking position. 174 pixels. And how does move toward work? Should be fine. What's happening here? Next path position, get the direction. Movement speed is correct. Desired velocity. Set the velocity. If avoidance is enabled, then we don't actually call move with velocity. What should make it into this function? Huh. Strange. I wonder what causes them to move even when you move closer to them. Yeah, what's doing that? Maybe it's not moved toward at that point. I guess it can't be. No, it has to be though. Maybe there's some other state with the navigation agent that I need to initialize and haven't. Stop moving sets the velocity to 0. Are we hitting this? So stop moving got hit from this. Oh, because we need to bail out of this? Okay, I see. Yeah, so this is the problem with these states. So they detected the player and the state is not dying. Stop moving. Why is stop moving called though? I mean, no matter what, we're calling stop moving here. Do we ever null out the player? No, we don't. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. I don't know why this is here. I don't know why any of this would be here though. Well, no matter what, this calls stop moving because both of these functions would try to do this, or both of the paths to the function would. So let's take a look at this now. All right, sure. So they get a position, whatever. I want to see this actually operate now. No, they're still not trying to move there. And now once they detect me, they move toward where their idle walking position was. This is actually kind of funny. They just sort of move randomly. It's like a stealth game now. Hey, Scoreline, it's going pretty well. Making progress. All right, so what calls detected behavior? What calls this, first of all? Oh, wait, I was mistaken. This is virtual, but this doesn't actually ever get used because it's overridden and it doesn't call into the base method. All right, I see. So that's where the move toward comes in. But we have one here too. No, that only happens when they're detected. Enter state walking. There must be something about being in the walking state. There is not. Other than this. I guess let's find all the references to the walking state. There are only 3. Entering it. Getting the animation name. And another entering it. Only checkers if you detected the player, which used to be fine, but now you handle the idle wandering. Yeah, but we already have... The thing I guess I'm not getting here is we have this move toward if we're in idle walking. But we don't actually see it happening until we have... Yeah. All right, let me just put a breakpoint here. I think the thing that I'm not getting is we're setting the velocity on this entity, but we're never actually... It's never causing it to move. Something needs to be done with that velocity. It's just got to be that. Yeah, so this is definitely happening. Just doesn't cause anything to change. So we got to figure out how this is supposed to be used. All we ever do is set it. Oh, move with velocity? Oh, my bad. Okay. No, wait, this is never called though. On velocity computed calls it. This is silly. And there it is in velocity computed. And that's done automatically from inside of this, I think. The move toward. Yeah, this should trigger computed velocity, right? Computed velocity. Oh, it's velocity computed. Represents method that handles velocity computed event of a navigation agent 2D. They talk more about this at some point. Notifies when the collision avoidance velocity is calculated. Emitted every update as long as avoidance enabled is true and the agent has a navigation map. I don't think we need to do anything with that. But yeah, we get down to here. We set the velocity. Then we check this. Oh, that's probably what's happening. And then the detected behavior is off. Yeah, okay, my bad. I understand. Yeah, so this is what's different now. This makes sure that you've detected the player before actually trying to move them. But all we really care about is that they have a movement target, not anything else. And in fact, even then, I think we can just delete this. Yeah. This is what stopped them from moving when they were dying, which I don't care about. So now we should see them moving around. Yeah. And if they happen to spot the player in that time, like if I don't touch the controller at all now, eventually, no, they'll never move again, will they? Because they never go back to the idle state and they need to. This is called stop moving. I mean, this should change their state. So we need to know if they reach their target. So I guess if state equals idle walking, enter state idle, then change the percent chance to be like 1/10 what it is. We're getting there. All right. So they will now infrequently walk around, or less frequently, I should say. But yeah, if they do spot the player during that time, they should walk toward them. So I'm waiting because one of those two that's pretty close should get close enough to see me. They're walking away. Let's just speed this up. Come on. No, they will not see me. It's got to be the eye move. And even then, they don't see me. I guess because I deleted the whole should run detected behavior. Update detected behavior. This goes into this. Move toward get target position. Get target position being the player's position. Yeah, but that should enter the detected state. It doesn't do that. I think this is a little bit of a mess because I didn't use a proper state machine here. I just kept track of the state. They're not like self-contained, so it's pretty hard to reason about. What even enters? Oh, we don't have a state for detecting the player. We just have a state for walking. Yeah, here it is. Set has detected player. And was anything even calling this? Body entered detection area. Should work both ways, I think. And that would cause us to enter the state of walking. Okay, let's try this. All right, now we just speed this up. Yeah. Oh, but then if their state was idle, that's what we check for. Okay, I see. So this needs to be idle or walking. And then we can simplify this down to this and delete that. All right, so now if they detect you while they're just wandering around, they will hunt you down. Yeah, so I just stand here and I guess speed this up a bit. I will eventually see a game over, right? No, I think they reached me, but they're not doing damage to me. Yeah, this is a new problem. Oh, wait, no. What's going on? They're not doing damage at all. Oh, did I turn off? I turned off some collision. Oh, it's through the door. The door is working now, though. Why are they hurting me? Take damage. Here it is. Hurt area to overlapping. Can deal contact damage. is that it's not dead and it's not in the dying state. So is this not happening? It's happening. Area.get parent. Is it a base monster? Basic chase monster. I think that's the issue. No, that's not a problem. Base monster. So it can't deal contact damage then? Can deal contact damage. No, that's true. Wait, so then it's doing that? Oh, I have infinite defense. Oh, so I am taking damage. Well, I'm taking 0 damage. I mean, because I have at least 20 defense. I forgot I did that. That's what cheating does. Okay, so yeah, everything's fine. So if I walk back in that room and I just don't have infinite defense, so if I get 5 upgrades instead of 20, then we are fine, right? So now I speed this up. We should see game over pretty soon because eventually they'll wander into me. Yep, good. All right. Yeah. So now we want to make this a little bit better looking. No. You died. Yeah. And they can try to walk out of bounds. In fact, let's take a look at what happens if we do that. Just try to make them walk out of bounds. So we have a vector 2 dot right rotated for the monster here. Vector 2 dot right. All right. So what if instead of this, we just said global position plus vector 2 dot up times 1,000. Now they're just going to be stuck walking into the top of the world. And I want to bail out at some point when they do that. So if I go into this room, we should just see everyone walk upward. Yeah. Wait, why'd you walk to the side? That's not allowed. Did I rotate this? No. What? Why did they walk to the side? Oh, wait. Are they going... One of them just went out of bounds. What? They just slid right out of there. I wonder if they're colliding with each other. So they pushed each other? That could be what happened. I just die and go back in. Right there. No, it moved to the left for some reason. And then, yeah, they do get pushed out of bounds. Well, I think what we do is we just clamp to the environment's camera area. Do we ever get initialized with the environment? No. Top down shooter. But we do call init on every monster, right? No, the room does it? Yeah, monster.init. Here it is. I think we just give it the room. And then save that off. I don't know, base room. Yeah, sure, whatever. Create property. Get set equals null. All right, so now when we're picking a position, we want to make sure that this position is within the camera bounds. So now base room.get camera bounds. This should be cached. Why cannot find declaration? How did it? What? That was weird. You can't press F12 until there are parentheses? Huh. Okay. Floor layer, get camera bounds. Yeah, this returns a new rectangle every single time. I wanted to cache them. So let's go cache this up here. Private rect2 camera bounds equals null. And this can be done as soon as we know the floor layer, which is done right here. So yeah, cache camera bounds. All right. Go store this. And then get camera bounds can just be camera bounds. Perfect. Well, what we really should do, I guess, is not even have a cache function at all. We should just check if this is null, then just set it. Get camera bounds, yeah. And then return it no matter what. And then sure, yeah, convert it into this. That's not what I wanted to do. It's this syntax, I think, and then return them. Yes. So no more cache function. Must be of reference or nullable type. Oh, because rect2 doesn't work that way. Oh, these are simple. It has value? No, even that doesn't work. All right, what am I doing wrong? So delete this. No, it's always a rectangle. There's just a 0 value for it. So I guess the 0 value for a rectangle is probably everything set to 0. Yeah. Oh, did I not make it a question mark? Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Let me just do that. All right, now everything should work the way I want it to, right? Cannot convert from this. This definitely exists now. Although, why does it not know this? This should make sure that this is only set. This is always now set to something. Huh. I wonder if I'm misunderstanding something. How do you search for this? This should be set if something was null, right? Yeah. What am I doing wrong? Oh, dot value, right? Because now it's a question mark. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. All right, that's how I got it twisted in my head earlier. All right, so I think we're good now. Yeah, so now that we have the camera bounds, and this is in pixel coordinates, we want to clamp. We want to like shrink and then clamp. So here are the bounds. Now we want to do bounds dot position plus equal new vector 2, maybe like 50, 50, so then go to the edges. And then bounds dot size equals new vector 2, bounds dot size minus 100, 100. Can't resolve. Candidates are vector 2, vector 2. Oh, there's a clamp in here? Interesting. Does the bounds have any sort of like... Oh, there's an expand? Oh. Returns this expanded to include a given point. Interesting. Can I... Oh, there's grow. Is there shrink? I know it's the opposite of grow, so I can just do that. Yeah. Okay, interesting. All right, well, that's easy. So then bounds.grow -50. And if it doesn't actually contain this, then we just don't allow this to work. Or we just pick a different position. But they can be pushed out of bounds and then get stuck in a loop. Even with this, they could get pushed out of bounds. We had like 100 enemies. They just shove each other out of the environment. Wonder how you stop that. Hey, worry. Things are going okay. Yeah, we're making some progress. I don't think it's very fast progress or anything. The game is shaping up. It is kind of weird doing this process over and over, though. Like, every other game I've made before this, Like the systems you make on day one are ideally systems that get used once a game is launched, and that you're like a player would be interacting with them practically the whole time. The only times that's not true is when you're making something like a tutorial or maybe some like only end game content or something. But yeah, like Skeleseller, we had characters walking around town. Like characters walk around town in minute number 1 and in minute number 100. And if you play for 1,000 minutes, they'll be walking around town on minute number 1,000. But here it's like, okay, well, we're making a top-down shooter. The character will leave this game and never come back. And yeah, just I know this is the game that I made, but it's tough to wrap my head around sometimes. It almost feels like it's throwaway work, but it's not really. It's just making a very unique experience, I think. All right, so if bounds dot what contains has point. So if it has this is the desired point. And we could try a few times, but honestly, we should probably do this before they've even entered this state. Try enter idle walking state. All right, private void, try enter idle walking state. All right, so we first had to figure out if there is a place that we can set this to. Vector to desired target position. And then if it has that desired target position, we actually set it and enter the state. Yeah. Make sure the point isn't out of bounds. All right, so here's how we can test this. We can just have this pick a like random dot shared dot float range. So we can have it pick a point between like 50 pixels away and 500 pixels away. Actually, this won't really test anything. Maybe like 150. Also, when they're walking, because they're idle, I think I want their speed to be a little bit lower. Yeah, so move toward should probably be like var speed to use equals state is idle walking, movement speed divided by 2. Otherwise, movement speed. And then speed to use goes here. All right, let's try that. So now when they're idling around, they're going to move pretty slowly. They're going to find different positions to go to. There'll be different distances from them. So if you just stood in this room forever, you'd probably die. Yeah, nice. That's pretty cool. And they should never go out of bounds. Yeah, this already makes it feel a lot better. I just don't think they should move that frequently, that's all. So rather than make this happen every so often here, I think we should give them a timer that has them check. Asking some friends to playtest a rough alpha of a prototype I've been working on. Mostly just testing the mechanics to see if I have something fun. Asking them to record their gameplay, try to think out loud and not treat me like a friend. Don't want to derail too hard. Wondering if you had any advice on how to get the most out of the responses, particularly from people who know me. There's a book about this called The Mom Test, I think. Is that what it's called? Yeah, how to talk to customers and learn if your business is a good idea. What's the rest of that? No, anyway. So, yeah, the idea was if you ask your mom, like, hey, does it sound like a good business idea? She'll probably be like, yeah, it does. Or like, yeah, I would use that. So I think what you need to do is ask questions that aren't leading. And I think like prime them for answering honestly. So as an example, did you have fun? I think this is a bad question. Or at least it's not. If you could only ask 5 questions, like this probably shouldn't be at the top. I think something like, I don't know, here's just some examples. How long would you play this game for? What would you want to see in the game? Which parts were frustrating or confusing? Yeah, like how did you, I don't know, so something like this. And I have, for Stuck in a Broken Tutorial, I have a template set of notes, and it's got some questions here. One of them is like, what do you think about the music? Because I want to make sure that I ask this. As I go through these sessions, I try to figure out where am I getting value from these questions, and what else should I be asking? So as an example, like, run the player through cheating into the Fever Dream game, and like, would you have liked this in the game? Yeah. Anyway, I think I just answered very circuitously, but hopefully that sheds some light on this. And yeah, I do think you'll learn a lot as you start to conduct these sessions. Hey, Jesta. Aaron as if Fred or whichever friend she hates and thinks is a bad influence is the guy with the business idea. Yeah. Yeah, in the case of sharing a business idea, I think it actually is pretty decent. In the case of having a friend test a game, they almost certainly already know that you made it. Hey, Gooseman, happy Friday. So yeah, all in all, I think getting to the point where you can trust their answers, and if they are total strangers, you might want to ask something like, "Did you have fun?" But otherwise, yeah, people will tend to respond a little bit more positively. All right, so I want to change this to have a timer here. Private timer, idle walk timer. And then at the bottom of ready, we add this thing in. Wait time equals. We could have a range on this. Also, isn't this a double? I guess it'll just get autocast. Double range, yeah. Maybe like once every 1 to 2 seconds. Yeah. All right, so if you're not in the idle state, then just return. We have nothing we can do here. Yeah. So now this shouldn't be done. And then we need a percent chance in here, or random shared percent chance. All right. So now it's only once every 1 to 2 seconds. About how often should a monster move around in the world? Maybe like once every 8 seconds. So how about we just set this to like 1, 3, and we see how that feels. Matters more that they're honest versus trying to be nice to a friend. Thanks, that was helpful. Yeah, I say the same thing. I think I give the same, like, this is part of that template that I have. So not only does the template contain questions, but the template also has the intro. So I usually share something like, this is a prototype. It's rough around the edges. I say, think aloud as you play. I'll be mostly silent and taking notes. Be honest. And then the other thing that I say is play how you would normally play. Like a lot of times my friends are software engineers, like don't just be an engineer about it. It's tempting to be like, well, if I drag this tab over here and then back over to here and I do that really quickly, like there's an error or something. It's like, if you're not going to play a game that way, don't do that when you're playing my game. I'm okay with people who are trying to actively break it, but that's like a different kind of session than, is this game fun? So yeah, every once in a while, someone will comment on something and I'll be like, okay, like, is this normally how you'd play? Would you be trying to like slam yourself into the left wall of the game over and over? Like, don't do that then. Monster move rule of thumb. Yeah, I think there you had a lot less screen space though, and probably fewer monsters and everything too. Yeah, let's just take a look at how much they're moving now. I don't think it's frequent enough. I mean, for all I know, this is just totally broken. Yeah, no, it's just totally broken, isn't it? Because I never added to the scene. There. Oh, wait, no, there was a different problem. Does it say, oh yeah, unable to start because not inside the seed tree. All right, let's go try that out. No, it's still failing. What is this now? Unable to start. Oh, because you're supposed to do the start like that. I actually do enjoy trying to get things to go wrong, but you're right. The average player wouldn't care. But if that's how you play every game, yeah, that's how you should play my game too, for example. But I think a lot of times people are like, oh, I'm helping Adam test, so I'm going to try breaking stuff. And it's like, yeah, you are helping me test, but usually the thing that you're testing is the game fun? And the way you find out is by playing it like a regular game. Also, the other thing I found is when people are being like really nitpicky about stuff, that none of their feedback is helpful. Because they find like, oh, you know, these borders aren't rounded, but like this one is, and it's like, okay, look, if you spotted that and it's just a coincidence, then great. Yeah, maybe that'd be helpful. But if you have like 20 different notes about the game and they're all that level of feedback, it's like, I'm not gonna do anything about it. Record yourself with audio playing through as many of the levels that you can. Try to think out loud when you do so. Feel the controls are confusing. Tell me. Feel the puzzles are too easy. Tell me. Be respectful. Need real feedback. Yeah. Yeah, the other thing that I think is really tough about game testing is games are subjective. At the end of the day, you might have the best game in the world on your hands, and you might have just tested with people who don't like it. Like, you can't give a first-person shooter to everybody and expect them to enjoy it, and you can't give Minecraft to everybody and expect them to enjoy it. And I think I myself am really bad test fodder for that reason, because I like so few games that even though I play them, yeah, I might not enjoy it. All right, they're moving a little too off. I don't know. How is that? Yeah, that one up there, that one right there is moving a little bit too often. I mean, I just killed it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, let's make myself more powerful. Yeah, I think this feels decent. I think what I might do is, oh, no, I'll just leave it as is. I think it's good. All right, so we put some supply crates in the room now. They should pathfind around them. So let's go into the basic room and add in a bunch of supply crates and put this in the supply crate node. All right, so I'll put some supply crates all over the place. So here and here and here. And I want to purposely put them like around where the player is so that if they try to get to me, they can't. They do have pathfinding logic. So like this shouldn't trip them up. But I just want to make sure it's working. So I'll make myself invincible. I'm saying that out loud because I'm going to forget. And then I'll be like, why can't I die? And then let's just full screen this. All right, so they should pathfind around any crates. Assuming they even want to find a position beyond the crates. They haven't done it yet. All right, let's just speed this up. I know this one's on top of me right now, but why are none of the other ones are picking a position near me? Oh, no, it worked. Oh, I think it worked. A little bit hard to tell. No, that one's definitely not doing what it should be doing. It did eventually make it around. Oh, maybe that's only because it detected me. Yeah, so that one is trying to get to me. And they definitely have pathfinding. It almost seems like they don't when they are just idly wandering around. They're moving while dying and dissipating. Yeah, that was intentional. I wanted them to kind of move. It reminded me of Crocomire from Super Metroid. I just really like that fight. Puzzle game enjoyers and some puzzle game avoiders. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, I think you're going into this eyes wide open, Worry. So I think you'll get some good feedback. Oh, by the way, one of the other things, this is super important. Have them test their audio setup. I have gotten so many videos in the past where like I literally cannot hear the person, or just they're super quiet, or there's some fan noise or something. Oh my God, this is so important because otherwise they'll spend like an hour and they think that they're helping you, and then you get a video and you're like, what did they say or what are they thinking? highly, highly recommend having them do this first. So like have them just speak into the microphone and then ask them to play back their own video and be like, yeah, could they hear it? Yeah. All right. So any of this move toward target stuff, move toward involves pathfinding already. So I think it should be fine. Here's what I'll do. How about this? I'll do this. I'll have all the monsters be positioned on the sides of these crates. And then I'll just have them all path just directly to the left. Yeah, that's good enough. All right, now instead of picking a random spot, we're going to say that the desired position is left times 50. There. Maybe 100. There. Yeah. Gotta send a bunch of messages. I think it's a good idea because if you hadn't sent the messages, you'll get back at least probably like 2 videos where you're just like, well, this is way too hard to hear. Because most people just do not have their audio set up like that. All right, so now they should walk in such a way they're Pathfinder, and yeah, they are. All right, pretty good. Yeah, nice. Well, you kind of glitched out there. I think that's just a problem with their collision being a little bit funky. Maybe we should add more avoidance around the crates. Whoa, 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 whoa. You're crowding me, demons. No, 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 no. Too close for comfort. Supply crate. Yeah, we have some like funky logic here for how this happens. And the padding we use is set to what? 12? And how big is the crate? Oh, that's not what I meant to do. It's 19 pixels, probably 19 by 19. No, 19 by 24. But actually the shadow is counted as part of this. So we probably need to set this to like 14. Should it not tick while they're moving? 1 to 2 seconds after idling, or do you care that it may tick right after they stop moving? Yeah, I think it's fine if they do, because once they stop moving, there's only a chance that they actually act on it. It's a 13% chance. So it is possible that they start moving. The timer is set to tick another 2 seconds from then. It takes them 2 seconds to reach their target, so it immediately hits as soon as they land. And then they do roll the 13% chance and then just find a new target. And that's okay. I think if that looked bad, we could add a cooldown or something. But most of the time, I think a player's focus is going to be on like, what is this game that I'm in? Well, like, what are the mechanics? Yeah. All right, so now they'll just randomly walk around and they hopefully won't glitch out on these things. Let's just speed up the time scale. Yeah, they will probably eventually kill me. Well, they definitely will, because if there's a probability of something happening, you give it long enough and it will happen. And there it is. All right, so now we go back into that room. But yeah, this is already feeling a lot better. It's like, it's cool to see monster behavior come to life. And every time we die, we get some more power-ups. And now we got enough power so we can probably kill some of these. And whoop, no, no, get away. I'm playing at 4x speed. I was not really trying to play if I were. If I were, I'd be better. Oh, that's not good. Those bullets just like glanced off of the side of that crate. How did that even happen? How did that happen? Huh. Strange. All right, give me those power-ups. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wow. The pathfinding got me. All right, let's just slow it down. Yeah, they're like going around me for some reason. I don't know what's causing them to do that. I think the crate isn't reporting that it's no longer there. Let's see. Do they should just, Ah, no, they're acting like it's still there. It's actually kind of interesting. Just having a monster path around invisible objects is kind of a cool way to get them to do unexpected things. Because, like, yeah, they're not moving exactly how you think. Wonky bullets, yeah, thank you. I'll take a look at this. Yeah, what happened there? It bounced off the top left of that. Huh. Okay, so two things. This bug bullets are glancing off of the crate. And bug monsters are pathing around crates that no longer exist. Move too far into the bounds and get pushed out. I'm not totally sure because I am running at 4x speed, and that's possible that caused something strange to happen there. Hang on one sec. I want to snooze this ad. It's noon. So you're going kind of soon. Hey, MK. The knockback or slow effect could be nice. Glancing. I could write that down. Maybe for something like this. Okay, but that second problem we should have already actually addressed. So the fact that it's not addressed means that there's an issue here. There's a destroyed, yep, right there. And this is supposed to clear up the, yeah, remove navigation block. This is apparently not working. Yeah, it is fun to work on games. It's also kind of cool to be able to pursue a bunch of different ones as part of this. All right, so I just destroyed this. Now it should break into here. Yep, good. Then I call remove on this. And this should also work. We have a bunch of cells. Yep. And then we just go through and block count. Strange. This is not correct, is it? Because we don't mark that we've changed anything, even though we clearly are changing something. Yeah, I think this is incorrect. Okay, let's see. So if there's no count continue, that's fine. Oh, I see. Because here we're going to remove. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, then refresh runtime tile data. Notify runtime tile data update. Update internals. Triggers a direct update. Usually calling this is not needed. For this reason, those updates are bashed and delayed to the end of the frame. Yeah, that's fine. We don't need to call update immediately. But that doesn't explain why this wasn't helping over here. Where do we set up the supply crates? In init? Yeah, add navigation block. Okay. I think this is fine. As long as a crate, when it's destroyed, produces the same shape each time, which it should. And then it's just a question of whether this gets initialized correctly, which as long as I put it underneath here, and I did, then it should be fine. All right, let's put a breakpoint there. This will get hit 4 times in the starter room, and then whatever it was, 7 or 8 times in the other room. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Then we make our way over to here. And they should get initialized. Yeah, they do. Otherwise, I guess we wouldn't have a potion getting created. All right, so let's try shooting this. So yeah, we get rid of a supply crate. Remove navigation block on this. We have 17 different tiles, and how many supply crates intersect with each tile. So when we remove enough of these, which this might be tough to do because I need to make myself invincible. When we remove enough of these, we should have no more tiles in here. I'll just mute this for a second. And then destroy all the rest and then unmute it. There. Now we shoot this, and now none of these should exist anymore. So what do we have right now? We have 4, yeah. And it's just the 4 that this occupies. That's strange. So this should get hit. Yes. And then it calls notify runtime tile update. Notifies tile map layer node that calls to use tile data runtime update will lead to different results. This will thus trigger a tile map layer update. Yeah, what's wrong? I don't see the actual problem here, but they're still pathing around this. There's something else that's going on here then. Date texture, destroy, disable collision. Where is it? I guess base room has it. Add navigation block to the floor layer. We must have to remove the navigation block at some point. This can't be right. Nothing's actually modifying the data, right? Yeah. Tile data runtime update. It's got to be this. Invokes method with a given name. This is editor browsable. Okay. Called with a tile data object about to be used internally by tile map layer, allowing its modification at runtime. Only called if use tile data runtime update is implemented and returns true. Use tile data runtime update. Use tile. Yeah, here it is. Is navigation blocked? True if the tile coordinates requires a runtime update. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I don't see the problem here. So navigation blocked is returning true for some of these nodes when it shouldn't be. I guess the only way to tell is to restart this. So that should get hit now. This should get hit for pretty much every coordinate though, right? Or is it just where the player is? 8, 3, 8, 2, 8, 1, 8, 0. Yeah, I think this is doing it for every row. Yeah. I'm returning true to recompute that node when there's a blocker. Yeah, I guess whenever it changes. Okay, well then here's what we can try. We don't have a way of adding these at runtime, do we? No. Well, I guess we could try. It's just always returning true, which is going to be a performance problem, but it will test if this thing works. And then, yeah, I'll need to change this. All right, so if we just blast all of these now, they should be able to walk through, yeah. Yep. All right, that's too bad. Well, I'll write that down for now. I guess what we could do is anytime we change this, we could just store it as a Boolean and then return true. But it's actually only for these coordinates. Yeah, I'll just write this down for now. The problem is in here. We should be returning true for any tiles that have changed. Yeah. Sort a list, use that list. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't feel like doing that right now. Well, actually, what I feel like doing is getting lunch. That's what we're going to do pretty soon. Let me snooze this ad one more time. So where did we leave off here? Oh yeah, I got the idle walking stuff working, and I'm pretty happy with that. So I will write this down where I left off. Got monsters to idly walk around and detect the player. Need to check this in. Then I want to add in other enemies. So this is done. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Phaedric. And thanks for the help. Oh, man. Okay, so I'd still like to stream for a bit today. I'm going to go get lunch. I'll come back. I'll stream for probably another couple hours. I'd like to get sound effects working. I'd like to get some more monsters in. I mean, all in all, this is looking pretty decent. Remember, part of the reason we chose this game is because the one you'll have come from is the farming game, and it's not exactly fun. So this was supposed to be a way for you to, let's just skip through this here and skip this. Yeah, so you'll go to the community center and you will open up the portal here. And that's why you end up in this game. So that's why I think getting these monster behaviors and everything is pretty good. Because otherwise you're going to be like, oh, this is just another game that's here for story. No, this is the first game you're supposed to actually like play. All right. But yeah, it's lunchtime. So it is 12:08. I'll try to be back around like 1:15-ish. Like I said, it'll probably be just a couple hours. Thank you all for watching, everybody. I'll be back later. See ya. Have a good weekend if I don't see you.